It's about the Congo.
Yes.
Very interesting. Have you
And
ever?
another documentary about the Congo is just Congo River. The Congo River is a French documentary, and it's also it gives you a perspective on Africa and this region that was some documentaries training. And nowadays it's Day with the Giant or something like this. They are trying to see that. And the Congo River is the film crew travels along the Congo River and they stop at various locations and they meet very special people. For example, one people they meet is a doctor that looks after the girls that get raped by the army and the support tribes. And this doctor, the girls, what they experience is the most violent, most depraved things that you can imagine. And when they survive, he is the doctor that looks after those girls. And when this movie was created, he was not famous at all. But he received the Nobel Peace Prize a few years ago. And they also talked to some kind of general, I think. They talked to drugs labs, and they talked to mine fighters. They talked to just usual people, and it's very hard-hitting, very interesting.
Well, that's really interesting.
It's hard to find. You're looking to original version, it's to find. It doesn't have subtitles because when they narrate in French. And the people, also the people they speak French, they should speak French, but in every African accent. And it's hard to understand. And I could only find a version online that doesn't have subtitles.
I gotcha. So we got to find a certain version, right?
Yes, just only subtitles. I don't know if there's an English dub.
Do you have school tomorrow?
What did you say?
Do you have class tomorrow?
Yes, but later. It's early. I have to go. I have to be there at 2 p.m.
Okay, that's nice.
That's why I'm still awake.
Very nice.
My plan was not to stay up too long. I was thinking about leaving soon. What kinds of documentaries do you like?
Well, currently we're watching alien documentaries. I like documentaries of all kinds. I just like learning more and more information. So I like documentaries on aliens, anti-gravity, antimatter, advanced propulsion, cybernetics, technology, sexuality, psychology, exploring history, uh, science, religion, society, cultures, food, all kinds of documentaries. What kind of documentaries do you like?
Of course, I like documentaries that show nature, and but also I like documentaries about conflicts and just when they show you different places around the world. So about technology, not only if they're good and not most of the documentaries about the technology are done to please the common guys. That they are very. I hate the documentaries that involve illegal toys, casino, for example, and the documentaries that I talking about was one of the most impactful for me because it's about history as the social dynamics in a country that culture. It's not scientific, present new technology and showing people.
Very cool. Who produced it? Do you know? Where would I find this? I've seen that, at least advertised. I don't remember if I've seen it. I don't think I have. That's the one with the French speakers? And are there two versions of that documentary? I gotcha. That's the French one, right? Do you know French? Oh, there you go. Do you know who Anatoly is? Yes. What up, Anatoly? Dude, Anatoly, I just was treated so nicely by Apollo. How nice is that person? Dude came into the man cave. He came into my dungeon, and he survived. You know, he's probably got to get tested. Oh, I'm sure he's got that. That's to be expected. But we went in. That surprised me as well. And he was standing right by my feet. Wasn't that amazing that he said it was only a 3? Yeah. But dude, somebody visited me. And honestly, we spent like 2 hours together, and it was very natural, and it was cool. I ate more pizza than I ever would have wanted, and just had a really good time. And honestly, it was one of the nicest times that I've had in the last few years. It was really nice. I mean, you got to understand, that's a huge step for me to have a visitor. Well, it was very exciting to have a visitor and to be able to talk with somebody in person. And well, let me say the load is still there, but he certainly brought some light to me, and I had a really nice afternoon. And you know, it's good to get out and interact in nature. And it was a pizza party. It was a pizza party park picnic. Quadruple P. It couldn't get any better. And it was a really nice day for it, and it was supposed to rain. So it was perfect. Perfect pizza party park picnic. No, it was sunny the whole time. Oh, dude, I recorded it. It's on Instagram, and I posted it in the main chat. You can just get it on the main chat of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I posted it maybe 10 minutes ago. So it's relatively recent. Channel 7. Excellent. I will take a look when I have a moment.
First one you can watch the title because it's in English.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's funny. It's not like it's funny. And it's entertaining.
That's good to know. Hey, take care, my man. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for the links. Take care, my friend. Definitely. Who?
That guy came out, he's like a post officer, and he like did a whole hearings.
I think that's his. Yeah, that's the guy they're referencing here. This is a documentary about him.
Everything is green. I'm in the matrix, and now I'm trying to call myself to wake myself up. Is that what's going on? And then you realize, no, it's just gambling. By the time Carolyn realized she wasn't that easy to basketball, gamblers had already targeted someone else. Everyone was using the same lab of legal threats, the scammers instructed her friend to go to the nearest locked Bitcoin machine to pay the bonus fine. This was obviously their very positive. How did these scammers get it? And that's the part that if somebody says, hey, Bitcoin, that's the part where suddenly I go, I'm pretty sure that the elevator here part does not think that it actually happened to their I was getting phone calls, you need to call her, you need to explain to her that this is real, and I was the only one that could sense it because I wasn't the news. And I explained to her, I'm a real police officer. She's like, I didn't do anything, I just didn't have much TV on me. And I go, well, why would you do it? Oh my God. She's a boomer, she's up there in age, and I was trying to explain to her, you don't get phone calls like this. My mom, you don't know the phone calls like this because you guys get paid, and they probably have that information in your phone, and that's why they do this, because they don't want to hear you. You want to get out all the number of things that they call and to get more information, because she was legitimately concerned, would you like to get over to her house and explain to her this is fake? Saying I have you, there you go. If you're not somebody that deals with this on a regular basis, so here we have my, you've been able to do Twitter robot. Right. It's like, okay, well, Andrew does deal with this all the time, so he probably does know what's going on. But, if it's me, my parents don't even trust what I have to say, even though I know. They're pretty true. So here's what, this is basically what I believe boils down to, right? So, if you get a call from someone pretending to be a cop, they're actually doing something stupid. But if you get a call from someone asking you to do something illegal, that's a cop. That's the world we live in. I'll take one. Somebody calls and says, hey, I got word again. Your boss. Like, no, that's a cop. But if you can tell them, hey, this is an officer, and I need you to follow up on something you know. You can start recording. Either it's a cop, and I get to tell them how they screwed up other systems screwed up, or it's not a cop, and I get to fuck this on the edge. Recorded on the phone. Damn you, Bill. I was a jerk. I'll tell you who gets that number. I'll tell you who the Bill is that's a real jerk thing. Yeah, by the way, I'm just wondering what I'm doing. I'm on the radio. I can't hear them. I didn't do it. I can't find some footage that I haven't seen. George Santos has sued Kimmel for allegedly misusing Kenya video of late night podcast. Kimmel is being sued for copyright infringement, fraud, racist content, and discrimination. According to artist and American Idol Jordan Parks, was currently in that proceeding hearing communication. Harry says that the upcoming Idol season will be for last. But one missing competition back in 2007. Instead, Anita Park is canceling all its races now, which is actually raining racist Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, IBM can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more customers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeart Media can work for you. Get started today. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Why would someone just tell me what it costs to unplug my brain over the phone? Is it that complicated? It's complicated, right? You said it like Lola. You were here. Like Diamond, your phone. Did you tell me how much to unplug my brain? $39. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer system. The Velvet Plumber and Mike Diamond will unplug almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, and we all got them on our website at velvetplumber.com. Not enough time for number 22 that crashed with the right shoulder, but it didn't pivot. That's up there from the 605. Touchdown 5 and 18, a really tough game from Lake Forest to the line. Northbound 110. That's a real slow ride from Obama Boulevard right through downtown Los Angeles. The westbound 10 pretty heavy from Boyle Heights through downtown. Eastbound side of the 10 heavy from Western to the 110 freeway. So you'll find the side up just after I-94. This is the tribute from iHeart Sports Network. Presented by Mercedes Benz. The blind James is here for David Jones, Dwight Leonard, Paul George, to represent the LA team for the Western Conference for tonight's Indian All-Star Tour. Following the break, both fall the Packers will visit the Warriors, while the Clippers will face the Thunder. On the ice is up to visit the Davis tomorrow. And finally, the Unified Office has been proposed for Monday. The NASCAR season opener is being delayed for the rain and Darwin, Canada. Join your Mercedes-Benz EV into just extraordinary. It's extra easy. With full remote access to your vehicle from your phone via the Mercedes Me Connect app, the vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice of all yours are in one. USA.com/EQ. Hit recorded, sponsored by Norm Reed Superstore. Get presidential deals all month long at the Norm Reed Superstore. Right now is the best time to get the super prices you deserve. Take a test drive today at the Norm Reed Superstore location closest to you. Or shop online anytime at normreed.com. Hello, this is Lucy F. and Jeff Ryan here, and we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Sarah Klein, Ocean Carson, so many more, and we're going to have fun. It's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I want to just tell me what it costs to unplug my brain over the phone. Is it that complicated? You've been a nice little man. Who are you? Mike Diamond, the Velvet Plumber. Will you tell me how much to unplug my brain? $99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer system. The Velvet Plumber with Mike Diamond will unplug almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions. You can read all about them on our website at velvetplumber.com. Why are people saying use that to Jack and Hewitt? When you switch to Jack and Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep. Even if you filed online, this supplier year payment required in filing. Use lines only at participating locations. Vehicle service terms at jackandhewitt.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the associate estimator in Alpine, California requires BS in civil engineering, construction management, architecture, or related fields. Willing to accept full education equivalent and 1 year experience, project engineer or project manager. Must also possess a senior estimator software including assemble on-screen takeoff, Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Record, Primavera, AutoCAD, Word, Building Connect, $93,496 per year. Submit application to MAYRA.EDS@LakelandConstruction.com and refer to this ad in cover letter. They have power here at every brainstorm to produce one thing. It's the fact that new windows and building campaign from American Vision Windows, they've got the cover. Get windows that work. The rain's outside, shelter rains inside. These be my models. Renovating windows and the air stays inside in the winter. Everything is more expensive these days, especially on energy. Plus, people are turning to dual clean energy efficient windows to reduce their utility bill. If you have wood or aluminum
Now,
Keepers, however, will these companies get around such a ban on ban list? What's that? They will say that all orders are not to go? That would be crazy. They never do something like that. All they have to do is hand out all orders in a paper bag instead of on a little plastic tray. They would never do something so underhanded. It could just simply make a slight modification in order to abide by the new law, but not actually cost themselves any money. Oh, man. Well, this is they might do such a thing. And here's a legislator that says, and ban plastic bags. Now I'm going to try to ban plastic gear bags. And then I'm going to ban and they're all going to have to start using what? Hard plastic cups? Because they're not going to start using glass plate. We're all going to start doing those pizza hut cups in the next 7. That's what every place is going to do. Or they're simply going to say that every order is a to-go order. It's not their fault. Somebody's got to do it. That's what's going to happen. One of two things. Now, your glass cup, you're going to put plastic, which will never deteriorate, ever. And then it will explode. But by the time you can keep using disable about 60 cups, you can use the system again. So here I go. I can never tell if the filters are relevant. They're just never very well thought out. What is your intention? We don't get it. Okay, then clean up better. But also not make it difficult for regular people. I try to make it very difficult for corporations that can demonize the big corporations that can't demonize somebody that's regular people. Okay, so you don't really care about that. What you care about is making it flat. You gotta, alright, last week was the Super Bowl. In the middle of last week, I would make you pause and think, it just won't go up. That's not quick there. I think about it. Before you were live everywhere. I don't know if anyone. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Get ready for stormwater. I'm Edgar Caravella live at the KSI 24-hour news room. A storm is heading to California. ABC's Melissa Adon says this storm has the potential to beat the rainfall record from the last storm we just had.
The headlines from Roswell Daily Record shocking screamers with winds of captured flying saucers.
Storms is expected to bring heavy rain to Southern California all the way through Wednesday. Caltrans has closed part of Key to Ventura County because of erosion and high sides of storm damage. Officials say every night from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., highways will be closed from Sycamore Road to Las Posas Road. They say a Caltrans inspector will check the road conditions every morning to determine when it's safe to reopen. Caltrans says drivers should plan alternate routes and more short roads. And investigators in Allen County are now warning about phone stealing, with callers tell people they're safely around. The caller was presented to the Allen County Sheriff's Deputy's courthouse employees and bail bondsmen. Scammers tell their targets they can resolve their arrests by posting bail with gift cards for Bitcoin.
When the fear is in the victim and they're afraid to get off the phone because of whatever the scammer says, they have them shot.
Allen County Sheriff's Deputy Veronica Phelan says the scammers often research their target's social media accounts. The Allen County Sheriff's Department says if they message the statements over the top in downtown LA, that's trolling KSA. People in an apartment complex in Baldwin Village have had enough of one of their neighbors. Shannon Arnold, a fellow resident of the Baldwin Village apartment complex, to see what would happen if their otherwise quiet neighbor. He says it all started after midnight with loud music and Michael Black.
Like in a music, it's probably like around 3:30 his window.
The LAPD came out several times to the scene, but no arrests have been made. The LAPD says they are behind the situation. The Anderson is charged with murder of his mother, who was found living under horribly inhumane conditions.
When the police filmed her, he literally left the block to that
Fort Kennedy spokeswoman Tiffany says the mother of Richard Howard was found covered in dried feces and bed sores, including
What up, baby? How you living? That's what I fucking like to hear. What's new in your neck of the woods? What's new in your neck of the woods? I'm living the dream, baby. Hell yeah. Did you see that I had someone come visit me? We had pizza. We had a pizza picnic. A perfect pizza a perfect pizza party park picnic. 5 P's. It was amazing. First person to ever meet me from the outside world. I'm sure it was their privilege. Man like Queen, are you a West Side or Die gangster? Oh yeah. Are you a West Side or Die gangster? Word, Mockingbird. Do you consider yourself one of the 10 greatest pimps of all time? Excellent. That's what I love to hear.
It's free behavioral health coaching online via live video sessions. Secure chat and more. Get all the tools for all the tools. Sign up for your free account at likeforlike.com. It's enthusiasm and get fun. And you are the host of the History of Curtain Enthusiasm podcast, where we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Sarah Pine, Richard Gould, Colton Carson, so many more, and we're going to have and it's going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curtain Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
When it goes over body of water.
We're brought to you by Unbound.org. Today, 40s and 50s tonight across the Southland. Also expect rain tonight. And also the 5-inch cover.
Just now, John, the jellyfish from goes over this. You kind of get an idea by the distance now how far this magnetic systems can reach when it gets to that point where it's over the water. Every source that I have talked with was aware of this footage. Now, in the instance of an UFO or UAP descends in the water stick, comes back up, and then shoots where it is. Now, this was taken by an intelligence agency and buried.
New year, new highlights, and hope and solution help you attract, interview, and collect candidates all year round. So do I conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. This free course is sponsored by Larry. Who feels like LG Appliances with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $75 on every $750 you spend on all major appliances. Lowe's now home improvement, laundry, dishwashing, and cooling, very 10% off exclusive supplies. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Toyota's President's Day deals are too good for just one day. So Toyota is celebrating President's Day all month long. Whatever you're looking for, your Toyota dealer is got it. Hurry in, save big on a stylish new Camry, powerful Tundra, or versatile RAV4. See all offers at Toyota.com. Get to Toyota's President's Day sales event today. We make it easy.
It's easy to buy or use any Toyota and easy to own one. Every Toyota comes with Toyota Care No Obligation. You're covered for all normal parts and scheduled service for 10 years or 25,000 miles. Citizens performed by certified technicians using training Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go to
Celebrate the new year with the resolution that says you will change. Rush your wallet and rebuild your own national gas with the same simple one-day premium that I received from a better share. Get your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free aircraft at advancedshare.com. This is our podcast. We're going to do it our way. Listen to our way on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Stimulating. I'm getting ready for a segment that is less than an hour away. We'll dive into a birthday business plan. That means right at the front, Taylor and I are already arguing over which topic to raise. Just it could be a last minute decision. And it will sound like a last minute decision. Speaking of, here's something that has nothing to do with anything I just said. So we're not going to be speaking of anything. I'm just moving on because I'll be going over that. Election is always easy. You know who this guy is? No. No. Did you get my Amazon Echo person say election and you thought it was fun? No, not really. No, see, it's actually good. Because the vote is this Jew. Was anti-Putin. He's a Russian guy. He's anti-Putin, right? Not a Putin guy. He's what we would call the opposition. So if this guy guy was leading an opposition. He had run against Putin in the past, and then he was doing really well, and he was on a flight, and all of a sudden he got really sick. Oh man, that's too bad. No, this guy is opposing us and his gained popularity into a fallen dead all of a sudden. But he survived that attack. He was on his plane, and he got attacked with this poisonous nerve agent, and the plane made an emergency landing, and he got the help that he needed, and he survived it. This was back in like 2000, right? So he survived this, but then
have had in their free life.
This was a bombshell.
Why would they even tell me if what he's saying isn't true?
Now here's the deal too, is that when he was recovering from this poisoning, he was in Germany. And people are like, hey, congratulations to all you survived. You're in Germany, maybe now you decide to
How you living, Tim? What's going on, Squirrely Crypto? Manlet? Anatoly? How you living, sluts? You slanging dick like it's going out of style? Hell yeah, bia. You just politicking? What's good, folk? You just politicking? That's good, baby. What it is, folk? Just politicking, baby.
everything is big.
What you'll imagine what would happen if America is no longer its house.
Man, baby, how are you? I had a visitor. Did you know this? Somebody actually came to visit me in Irvine, California, came into the room on the stream. First person in 2.5 years. Their name is Apollo, and they brought me pizza, and we had a perfect pizza party park picnic. We had a really nice picnic in the park. How was your day? Fun day. Sunday-ish or fun day-ish? Man, McQueen, how you living, baby?
Doing good, man. Just
What are your dog? What are your dog's favorite treats?
sure. They like these little peanut butter bunnies with that.
Oh, all right, that works. Now, I'm kind of a little confused. You need to clarify something for me. Everybody keeps saying you have two dogs, but I've seen you have four dogs. How many dogs do you have?
Oh yes, I have four.
Oh, okay. I'm going to review their names for anyone who doesn't know. We have Duran, Louie. We have um, Liso, and we have Cooper. Correct? I'm going to interpret your silence, Man Queen, as that is correct. Living like a pig, living like a pig, living like a pig.
that's the term. If it's really into the audience, then it's a phenomenon. But there's no self-replication. Generates out spread. Generates out spread. And I don't know if this is a TikTok generation thing, or if this is just a new generation where we're doing the same thing as previous generations, but for some reason we try to make it our own. I guess it's normal to do, so it's new. But maybe I'm just looking for my memory, so suddenly I don't get excited about it as much anymore. Most of this is not new. Loud budget, what's that? It means you're annoying people and telling everybody to try to save money. But then, the weekend your friends are feeling like wasting your Saturdays, your Sunday. That's so here's it. It's called being a slob. What's that? Sometimes you say, hey, how was your weekend? Great. I was a slob. Sounds like a wonderful weekend. Boom. Not hard. Some of these things there is different time, but the new generation feels like they've discovered something, when they make some revolutionary observation of the human behavior. You gotta generate an outcome. Generate an outcome. It's not shame me how. Like where I have a friend, sometimes we travel like chill out and watch a movie. Pretty pissed off to see a lot of that stuff. Or what? Yeah. It's a dinner, it's some beer, and some hot wings. I was watching 40 of it. It's my dinner. It's like, I try to compare myself to it. That's awesome. Physical well-being. The world doesn't really that story. No, there was stuff that happened in personal life when I was thinking about my haircuts. A lot of concern, and I selfie is something like that. Roughly about something. There's this hesitance when you're feeling people to really commit to this disclosure or confirmation. Compelling hot water is gonna happen, right? Yeah.
It's when you ask, like all like grumpy old man who wants for yeah, that's what that is.
I don't really ever read anything I've said. I guess that's true. I'm salty because it looks like my internet is doing funny things. Is it doing funny things?
And you found it.
You're right, okay, good. And that's the control. You've always been like, I gotta know this when my internet is doing
Oh God, here's the study of microphone on. Yeah, checking out.
I love it.
This is where the work
It's like, oh my God, Rabbi, I just saw the stick with an orange glow on it, and it's like the orange light is leaping off the stick. Like, it was really hot. I'm not saying the stick is fire. No, I'm thinking it's called fire. It's been around for a long time. Fire was flat. Fire was coming out. It's flat. Look at those typical flat. They're not going to believe it. They're going to see that these sort of things are just flat. When I stop thinking, I can start laying real leaves on flat, rolled up and sort of iron. I'm going to call it utopia. We can tell it like flat. You can do that. I can do it. What did you say? Flat is flat. Yeah, you're changing it. Wow, are you serious? Like, what you're saying is fire. How can you Congress right now? Because I can't use the word fire to describe fire any longer. Right.
I think for a lot of people, it's some sort of ontological shock to have this decorated and gorgeous officer who's a truest of our standing up and being like the unified universe engineering these craft. Not only that, but there's biologics associated with these. All of this has been hidden from you, and it's time to end that. And I think if we keep pushing for that, then we're going to make a lot of progress. So just thanks for being loud about this. I know you give a lot of personal risk, but I got your back, and I know a lot of other people do too.
Everywhere down to radio app, grab your dinner out friend. You're going to want to hear this next. Every pair of Ella's live to see if I can 24-hour news. A former equipment rental employee from Aramis is suing her employer, alleging he was wrongfully terminated from her job in 2023, according to a serious car wreck and requesting work compensation. A fire this morning is damaged to a one-story home in Winnetka. The fire was reported shortly before 12:30 a.m. Fire crews did put out the fire in about 20 minutes. And major tech companies have filed a patent on Friday for voluntarily adopting reasonable precautions to prevent artificial intelligence tools from disrupting Democratic elections worldwide. We're going to take a look at what's happening on the freeways next. Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you choose your individual firmness and comfort for your Sleep Number bed. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep pressure. And now during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add any days and Sunday. Find a store near you at sleepnumber.com. This is Jacob and Ron with Cincinnati accident on 844-24 Jacob. Why are people saying June gas is Jackson Buick? When you switch to Jackson Buick, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Also, prior year payment required in filing. View client only at participating locations 307. Come to JacksonBuick.com. This recording is sponsored by Shell Technology. Weather brought to you by Jackson Buick. It's better to their taxes. Weather close tonight going to be 40 to 50 across the Southland. Rain and weather is right now. Looks like that there is a crash on the 405.
Children to take care of, and you're thinking about, is this that important to me to be great? I mean, it's a real question you have to ask yourself. Does this work up your goals? To share information about other folks in Congress, the Pentagon, and the Inspector's General. I had another individual who I know extensive about this very information.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us. More gifted, more pumping, and more shower time concerts. After 50 years of Encore, Mr. Ritter Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Ritter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRitter.com today.
They literally can't leave the job that they are doing at that time.
Donate today at cardforkids.org. That's card with a K. Your card can be picked up at Tuna the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
22 years ago, I was showering series of
Accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
that's up to replicate
You do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select and components like the XT13 Plus, powered by Intelco processors, and more. Free now at Delta.com/Phoenix.
Government speed savings on better food during National Farm President's Day sale. For a limited time, stop in stores to store foodies clean National Farm $89.99. That's over 50% off on our lowest price ever. So hurry and play. This year, it's only multiplied by at the Molly. Simply Farming is where you bet. This staple stick provides even more good of the flavors and opposite of black soup and is bread fast, so there's no when you put the over my sauce. And your family.
public state.
This stable is either comfort for the whole family, only more comfort for yourself. Try this stable salad with seaweed with protein.
Hello, this is Susie and that's Ronnie. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down, or we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David, and Cheryl Pine, Richard Ford, Bob Olsenberg, and so many more. And we're going to have clips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Bill and Ashley from American Vision Windows are offering a fantastic sale. $200 off every window and $400 off every door. Plus, no payments until 2025 or free expert installation.
I am 23 years later, very energized about we sell, we love people.
American Vision Windows is offering huge savings. $200 off every window and $400 off every door. Plus, no payment until 2025 or free expert installation. It's our amazing savings opportunity you don't want to miss. Call 888-226-9908 or visit You want to sell your home quickly and easily, not dealing with repairs or long selling process? Well, look for sellers today. They offer thousands of customers. And they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer and by closing days, not weeks or months. They're there to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes right here, like I said, with most five-star reviews on Google. So over thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen sellers advantage for their home needs. Sellers advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. If you're ready to go, you call Sellers Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. ER number 0196165. Is your roof ready for El Nino? Season accuracy, so during summer heat, or acting fall and the public rating actual final yard. IRT for Temperature Air is a national award-winning food-porn platinum contractor. Your roof will be backed by an industry-leading 15-year warranty. It's a 50-year favor material non-parade warranty. If there's ever a problem, it's going to get fixed for free through the entire 50 years. Temperature Air, your local and veteran-owned solar battery storage, roofing and heating and air contractor. Get the job done with a free decor at plus 0% interest and 0 payments for 18 months. El Nino is coming. All Temperature Alert to get your roof inspected today. Visit TemperatureAlert.com or call 213-408-7767.
Do you have anxiety? Apparently, we're not supposed to have anxiety. I mean, we just have a little once in a while, only on two circumstances. But the rest of the time, no anxiety. Well, you know, I have this little vibrator thing. Wait, sound wave and vibration to reduce anxiety. Oh,
Hanging out is losing popularity. Or, I guess I should say the daring out trend. Exactly. It's a daring out trend. It's just get the friend that comes over and dinner and they'll hang out. No, that's just called hanging out. Sit around for a joint and walk. Come to find out, it's not even TikTok full. Come to find out, Americans don't want to hang out as much as they used to. Blown away by this. I guess, but the number of people that hang out with one another, it's kind of fun. Since they say, the 1970s, the Atlantic Sanatorium has said after the 1970s, Americans died of Americans moved west from face-to-face and stopped showing up for churches and festivals. In the 1990s, we still felt like Margaret Tubman recognized that American social capitalism was slowing down. So we wrote a book called Bowling Alone. Gathered millions of statistical evidence to prove that America's exchange for starting their 20th information appears in spring form. Looks like the ball league was going far. So the question is, why is it? I don't know why they haven't been making but ultimately the truth has a way of punching through that. It just takes time. I got a feeling that there's a bit of a time issue. Specifically, Americans, according to the article, identifying that Americans are spending less time than other people because they're spending
So this is fun. Demonstrating that the pictures might be better or they just feel that they're doing it advanced technology. The Sunday face of the New York Times article is not crystal clear and close up.
The rise of aloneness is part of the erosion of American social infrastructure. In other words, we're very happy being alone. We're happy hanging out by ourselves. We don't even need one another. We're fine by ourselves. But
They release something like Easter shot on like a baked potato. American foods is why poor quality is not better yet. There's something about this.
Aren't the arguments to be made that we are more alone now than we've ever been?
Photography and technology is a great why, but it's not something that's actually
Across gender and race.
potential. It's
However, it looks like it's declined more.
pictures don't really
14
what
boys
people say they've seen.
are going outside than in girls. And a more right? How about if fewer boys are going out with other guys
There's
than
a lack of evidence. You got this phenomenon that is entering into our digital age, entering into an age of social media, into higher and higher quality imagery and video. You expect that we're getting better video and photographic evidence of this as our ability to report it increases. There is always, of course, the idea that whatever this is more intelligent than us and is very capable of understanding if it wants to remain secret what that takes.
my daughter is a social butterfly. She's out wants to go out with her friends every night. She's got a club here, she's hanging out there, she's on drag shows, she's laugh, and she's photos on Instagram, and I'm kind of jealous of the fun that she's having. You never have any fun with her. You have stuff for her. But my boys, the oldest is 29, the youngest is 24. Spend more time online. I'm just like hanging out, talking with randos on the internet. My youngest will tell you that his best friend is someone he's never met who lives in Australia.
Got in late last night, Thursday at 4, so pretty exciting.
My son was
We're
staying
able
up
to
till
come
the
in
middle of
and
the
have
night.
this conversation.
Why are you up so late? You don't need to be up this late. And you could have outgrown that when you were no longer 16 or
I never
17.
thought I'd be in
You
Mexico
have
City talking about this. I certainly didn't think I would be traveling around the world, frankly, to discuss this topic. But here we are. All right. Today, I'm joined by Indiana, who has background in medical physics, discussing science and biology and something that is
That's the witness up there, the way it was.
Lieutenant Radcliffe represents hundreds and hundreds of pilots that are having first-hand direct experiences where they are seeing UFOs every day. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot.
You were here with people that don't want to be around other people. They don't want to hang out. They don't want to stay home. Somebody's whatever. You have a little bit of
Very brave person.
But then you have other people that are going to go out and try and go back to this. Like Kayla, I would think of you as a social butterfly. Is that fair to say? You're not going to stay friends, right? Get your internet, doesn't matter, you're going to go out here. But then you've got another people that are thinking, well, I like friends, but I don't necessarily want to go out because now they have the house.
Middle East,
So I want one.
Australia.
So we want to
These pilots
complain
are
about
seeing
how
the same things that are being seen out in the Eastern
local
Seaboard,
African
Western
America
Seaboard,
is UK.
recognizing the need for action.
Green Islanders take away their interpersonal space.
This is an aspect of the UFO phenomenon that really caught people's attention because if our pilots are injured, our pilots are having these near misses, that's an offensive pretty seriously.
They're just doing it out of line. They're taking enough showers. Maybe not. Are you getting enough exercise? Are you able to be following? The only thing that's going out is one-on-one. You're not getting that if you're out on the other end. You're actually fostering relationships with people you can't have if you have one-on-one personal relationships. So as much as people want to say things are different, they're so bad, not quite ready to jump to that. I am willing to say yes for yeah, they're saying a decline in the number of interpersonal relationships. Yeah, the number of people who are hanging out at what is it, clubs? I don't mean clubbing. They're hanging out in, they're not going into the room. Maybe that's declining. Sure. What does that mean? And I think the defense of kids in person, that is a good comment. Yeah.
Individuals are
But
having these
I do think that
challenge yourself. So the idea that we could do something like this, it gives you permission to inspire other countries to do the same. I mean, we're starting to see that. My expectation for this year is to be able to go and talk about my experiences, share with the lessons learned that we've had in the United States, and to bring awareness to what the pilots are going through. I can see this being a failure if it is dramatized or people saw the things that don't have pilots. Just a very bad focused conversation and discussion, and if the conversation builds into speculation, we know that we'll be wrong.
So that's coming up here. I want to talk about appropriate. Because I think sometimes we're so afraid to appropriate that we can't. We're so afraid of stepping into something else. Or, I don't know, maybe being something that's a little different than what others see us to be. Oh, I'm this person, so now I have to behave this way.
This is important. This is another country teaching somebody's going to jump on together in a professional setting and talking about video for public. Are real, observed, documented by credible sources.
You're not going to be able to do that. But that's the most underrated change. You have good people talk, and that's just where there's no difference like.
Resumed services today, a week after a shooter entered the facility with a 7-year-old son at his side, opening fire with an AR-15. The shooter, 36-year-old Genesee Marino, was killed in the exchange of gunfire. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has more from librarians have been told to start showing books being sexually explicit from the children's section at the Huntington Beach High School Library. The whole college has been struggling to sexually explicit books.
Here, Gracie Vandermark says the book will refuse him just categorized into teen or adult section.
Honest reaction to the English report says the election comes
It gets very complicated when you have conservative majority like this calling the shots on what the public library is happening.
He says the city is using Wikipedia to define sexually explicit in Orange County schools and Carson County.
Teacher is in big trouble for allegedly viewing inappropriate images on his cell phone during class. The West Virginia Unified School District says students reported the incident to school officials. The teacher at Cameron Elementary School was removed from the classroom and both the police and child protective services. One of the LA City firefighters hurt on Thursday when the team exploded has been discharged from the hospital. The department also says the other injured firefighter had his ventilator removed and was in hospital. 7 others were hurt. The nation of Georgia became a European Union candidate this past December, but confirmation is a long way off. The Munich Security Conference in Germany, their president said they were looking forward to becoming a member of the EU. Security necessity and the only perspective for country that drives civilization, as we say in the European Union. The majority of the nation's close to 4 million people support their parliamentary government joining. The EU has called out the Georgian government to clean up rampant corruption and its refusal to impose sanctions on Russia, a major trade partner. Some extra traffic will be on the streets of Long Beach this weekend as people head to the stands for live music.
Thousands are expected to rock out for the final day of the Cali Live seafood, ice cube, and the roots. Monster Jam and Jacket Angel stay winning all time. It's the final round of the Genesis Invitational Golf Tournament at Riviera Country Club in Brentwood. Before we get watch out for traffic trouble. No full price. Stay right by in the sky.
Taco Bell and Salted Straw Ice Cream have partnered up to bring back Klondike Taco Taco. It has been nearly 2 years since the ice cream treat was discontinued. The Taco Taco is expected to return this summer. I for one have all right, we don't have any mixed feelings over here about what's happening on the roads. In fact, we know exactly what's happening. We got a crash on the Wild 5 in Hawthorne.
Get buried, Western several lanes were blocked and access from the Wilmington Freeway. On the 405 north and southbound traffic is closed between the 10 and 90. Southbound 5 service road is wide off and on the Royal Heights and Mechanical Springs. That's all earlier and southbound 5 and OD at Very Tough, Red Soul, Mountain Valley Parkway. They have found the signs up for this station. I'm Randy Cole.
Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. That's what they say. Well, the Theragun B6 can help with that. The Theragun B6 is a thermal wellness machine for your home.
This is a sleep machine that can hold up to fit in any room of your future. You can see the beauty of it for yourself.
Users love it. People with lumbar issues, disc issues, shoulder and neck pain. One fan says uses it every day. That's great cry in my life. I've had back pain, says because of my job, and this therapy bed is amazing. He stops and relaxes muscles.
Another favorite of these six is worth 1 minute before sciatica. You get more energetic when you get it nice and sleep.
The easiest way to upgrade your lifestyle is to reduce the amount of pain you deal with daily.
In your health and your home with the Theragun B6.
With the promo code for KFI listeners, here it is. Go to TheragunUS.com and type in Get Your V6.
Get your V6 at TheragunUS.com.
Got the weather from KFI. Cloudy with a 50% chance of rain. Close in the 50s in Metro LA and with more rain on the way. Highs in the mid-50s on Monday. Lows will reach the low 50s at the beaches and the low 40s in Riverside and IE. And it'll be down to the 30s and 40s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 61 in Costa Mesa, 62 in Anaheim, 61 in Compton, and 58 in Terminus. Leaving the local flight from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I have a hooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never out of KFI AM 640.
First of all, I apologize for connecting my feelings in the news. First, a little bit mad at me last time I did that, but I just thought it would be taken. Listen, the Taco Taco always just feels very slick. Yeah, it's like when you're eating, it's the taco part that's never as good as I want. This is so appropriate. This is so appropriate. The rings are going to go further rich than the I thought it was like a tax or something that's no clear. Yeah, man, I was talking about getting in the hot and the eaters. Yeah, it's just a lot. Where's the jump button? Because where's the delay button? Yeah, this is a lot.
Next thing I want to cover is this. For the first time, I think, how long have you been on tour?
Yeah, about a year or two.
So here's the
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't even know where that came from.
I thought that was going to be a huge story.
I thought it was funny. I literally in my sister, I was like, I was trying to make it sound like I was giving her like, oh, there's just like that.
They're going to echo us back.
Yeah, but it ended up being way louder than I intended. Like my co-host, because it was my co, but I think it just made it a little louder than I intended. So totally understand. It is. I'm so sorry.
People don't want to
It
handle
is. For sure.
that people have
No, you don't.
So you immediately
I want to talk about appropriation.
say, okay, this is what I saw. Demoralized. What was
Children, yeah.
one of the
So the answer you know is going to be
I was going to bring it in
and
large expand
I'm excited for
large
that
eyes,
here on the
they
set.
have small spaces,
What a
slim
what a
bodies,
scary
walk
thing
upright,
to do.
they can read
That's
our
my
hair.
thing. I think it's fine. That's cool.
Phrase that are often described
He's got the talent, shorter, he's got the knowledge, he's got the knowledge. So I think it's obviously great.
another class
He's great. He's out there.
that are taller.
But also, I have to be fair. And I think there are a lot of people right now. Taylor, you jump in. Just what Taylor told me. And here, he's mad about people who dog in the country music and are excited about stay out there doing something else. But the flip side of it is people who can nothing can go wrong. And whatever he puts out could be the top of the chart with PMAs. But we haven't even heard it yet. Wait a minute, I think it's I've heard of samples.
Fancy song. 15 candles and Texas Living.
There was a situation that was about 9 or 10 years old
And I thought,
where
you know what?
I
It's definitely worth trying. It's definitely something that, like, you know, you go, that thing out there doing that.
match the description of
And I think it's kind of funny. But I don't like I have to say that's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
reluctant to talk about it because
But I also don't think I have to say, here's the one thing. Here's the one thing. This is the first thing.
seems to be
Why is he
floating
appropriate?
above the floor. So
White country boy music.
initially, I actually
Would that be fair to say in the same way that people got mad when Evan asked me about this movie? You got this white guy doing what is essentially black music at the time? Is it a fair comparison or no?
I don't think so, just because if you go back historically, back to black music, music and that kind of girl music, you could go back to well,
All right.
yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but let's say, who's the best basketball player of all time? How do you know? Because they have effective basketball and you've taken it from them.
Well, let's no, it's not
I think that's why aren't there more South American basketball players?
you're taking the argument of the discussion somewhere. It's not there.
In order to
Nobody, but everybody appropriated a different culture, and then it's something that was their culture. That's not saying that he's the greatest to ever do it. That's exactly what I would say. But to say that it's not, you can't be cut because it belongs to white people, that's just an accurate.
I think more than music in general, can you say that it belongs to somebody else?
So then it's appropriation conversation.
I mean, it's totally a big question. What
The
life's
appropriate
about.
conversation I would like to have is,
It's stirred my life before.
I think a lot of the appropriate stuff is from if you've got somebody doing blackface, that's appropriate. Don't be it. Okay, so I say that. If you have somebody who is dressing up and you're putting on a feather and you're deciding that's going to be a great Halloween costume, that's appropriate. Don't be like that. Okay? I don't like that. But then I get into arguments with people who say, a great actor should never play an expression. And that bothers me. And I'll tell you why that. Because doing that, what you're saying that great actors can only play great characters. Does that mean a gay actor can only play gay characters?
It's been challenging over the years sharing
If we say that Eminem
his family and others.
couldn't be playing in the case world as Dr. Dre, then what we also say for the court, you know, the history, that Beyonce is people country music. And so the people who say Beyonce should stay in her lane, I think that's fine.
There are people
People that are saying she shouldn't be, that's fine. And the same way that people are saying Eminem should have done it, that's fine.
access to their own
And the same thing happened with Elvis. Elvis came on the scene and suddenly he was, what was his hit? He was singing music. frustrated with it. Well, I think they're close. What do you think they think they're close? They're quiet. They're handing it to you.
There's a mystery here that's worth solving. Whether it's
What?
everybody's raising their phone and there's an answer, or that there is something there that's just beyond our reach. And do we have that necessary scientific talent to address
It's a conversation about film, features, here, keyboard stories, no longer focused on just that right question. That's the journalist for the film festival. I keep arguing. I'm probably going to get trouble for agreeing, but I think. Because once we complain about surgery, there's no kids on the
outside of our solar
That's
system.
what I'm saying.
And get this, once it got here, it behaved in ways that scientists can't quite explain.
Is cast in the role of a gay character, but then they don't complain that Neil Patrick Harris is cast as a straight womanizer in a long-running TV show. Which means that is relegation. If you could say that only queer actors can play queer parts, wouldn't stand to reason that only straight actors can play straight parts. If only trans actors can play trans parts, wouldn't that mean that the only role for trans actors would also be trans parts? The best example, and I love it, Sean play a role that has nothing to do with reverse
What up, pimp? Dude, why did you disappear when Ducky was here last night? Yeah. Dog. The cat got your tongue so badly after she got in the room. You disappeared. Yeah, I know you can. I was gonna say, I think the scientific term is known as being a little bitch. All right, so you're creeping her out and ignoring her in the VCs? What's on her Amazon wish list? That's what I want to know. A blow-up hula? A glowing hula hoop. All right. I don't know why that's on it, but that's cool. Oh, it's a good workout. She reminds me a lot of myself. Really beautiful, really chill, into crypto. Well, I know. Well, I hope that you two have a wonderful life together, and send me a card from your honeymoon. You're gonna visit her this weekend? Okay, well, can we play our game that we say? When you say that you're gonna do something, there is literally, like, if you say you're gonna do it, then that means you're not gonna do it. The only shit that you've ever done is the shit that you haven't said you would do. Anatole, you're absolutely right. Anatole, you're absolutely right. I'm being a little hard on you, and for that, my apologies. But I got to toughen you up. I got to make you into a man. Can't be a little bitch. So when's the wedding? That's what I want to know. When's the wedding, dog?
I'm telling you, there's like a lot of.
Dog, you gotta understand. Without giving you any shit, you literally have this kind of discussion with me once every 48 hours with a girl. Dog, there was Julia, there was the tall girl, there was the Indian girl who's 4'9" or whatever. That's just off the top of my head. That's just last week. Oh, there's Brooklyn. There's Brooklyn. That's right. Dog, what is Ducky's first name? What is it? So you stalked her? Ooh. No way, really? You got her number? No, that doesn't count. Ooh, fancy. Well, you certainly didn't talk in the Telegram with all of us. I got you. So I hear wedding bells. When is the date of your wedding? I asked you a question, Anatoly. I expect an answer. Dog, that's a personal preference. Oh, Jesus. What in the fuck are you doing? What do you want her to do? Fucking sacrifice a cat on Halloween? Hell yeah. All right, black's tight. Whatever color you would have said, Anatoly, I was going to bash it. So you could have been like white, blue, yellow. I was going to be like yellow. You're right. I would have said everything. What the fuck? What the fuck? You think this bitch is a witch? You think this bitch is a witch? Natural. All natural. Dog, you two are practically married. Have you picked out a China pattern yet? Why not? Dude, it's China pattern time. I would go with something floral, yet tasteful. Planner, yeah. Believe it or not, I was a controller. I know. I was a controller. Hey, you want? Can I fucking finish my goddamn story? I was a controller. It was the best year of my life, which is the head accountant at a bridal consultancy. It was a wonderful year. That was like 2018 to 2019. It was a fabulous year. And if you're like, well, why did you leave? I was offered 250% more money to go back to my previous job. So I couldn't turn down the money. Yeah. Yeah, it was big time. But honestly, had it not been for the money and me needing it, I would have stayed in that controller job for the rest of the time. It was just a really enjoyable position. Basically, I just handled their finances and their payroll. but it was just a very like my whole day was very rigid and very organized and very scheduled. It was just nice, and I know that might not sound enjoyable to some people, but for me at the time, it was wonderful. So with that being said, I would love to be your bridal consultant. So the two things that you need are a ring and a date. What kind of ring are you getting, the little missus?
Well, I thought I was gonna like
I was thinking like a ring pop, maybe a Sonic ring pop. Maybe we could find a Sonic themed ring pop. That actually would be baller as fuck. No, because think about it. I'm sure Ring Pop has done some kind of deal somewhere in the world with Sonic over the course of the last like 30 years. If you could get one of those ring pops and propose with it, that would be baller. You're gonna live stream when you propose to her? Tight. Are you gonna live stream your entire marriage? You're so cute. You're very funny. That's amazing. One from the front, one from the back, and one from the sides. Anatoly, you know what's very funny is you've heard my spiel now dozens of times. Literally, you could give it. You'd be like, "Oh, it's the world's largest time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king." wait, wait, death of a queen, birth of AI, coronation of a king, and everything in between. But like, if you're around me enough, you realize like I've got this little spiel down very well, and I say the same things because honestly, that's what you need to hear is all the shit that I do right away in a very. There's that too. Yeah, but it doesn't have the same cachet as just being told exactly what it is. If somebody's like, "So what is this about?" If I'm like, "Hold on, watch this video," they're like, "Well, okay, why don't you just tell me what it is?" I don't want to watch a video with you just holding a camera staring at me. Tell me what your project's about. Why do I want to be interested in this? But I'm sure, could fill in for me if I ever needed you to. So what is this about? Oh, you don't understand? He streams his life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have. Dog, my man Apollo hooked it up so much today. What a nice thing to do. Dog, he was super cool. It was like hanging out with an old friend, like basically hanging out with you or hanging out with someone who's in the Telegram a lot. I mean, I basically have no secrets. He knew what my room was going to look like before he came in, and the discussion topics were like advanced propulsion, craft, TR3B, which is a Lockheed Martin vehicle, like advanced, like alien species, um, that kind of topic. And then we also discussed some things having to do with cryptocurrencies, my project a little bit. But I mean, honestly, he was a very cool person. He asked me, when I like literally Anatoly this morning, I wake up to somebody going, "Rabbi, Rabbi, 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 Rabbi." And honestly, that happens pretty often, and it's annoying as fucking shit. But I understand I'm streaming my life live and somebody wants my attention. And I wake and I hear them say, "Rabbi, what kind of pizza do you want me to bring you?" And I'm like, "Huh?" And so they said to me as we're sitting on the bench, "Hey, what did you think? Like, did you really think I was coming today?" And I'm like, "Absolutely not." I've checked on just one of my accounts on YouTube. Over the course of a year, it got 40,000 people who checked out my YouTube stream over the course of a year. One of my accounts, and I have like 100 accounts. So let's say of my four accounts, 40,000 people on each account over the course of a year. That's 160,000 people per year. And I have been doing it for now multiple years. So let's say, give or take, that's 320,000 people just on YouTube who have seen me. Of all those people with whom I've had some kind of interaction, made some kind of impression, only one of them has ever come and visited me, and he was the one. So I think that was really special of him, especially because it was a very expensive trip for him, meaning he took an Uber here from Rancho Cucamonga. That's like $100 ride here and back. I mean, and he bought pizza, he bought ranch, he even brought me a cup. You know how you like soda in a cup? He even brought me a cup. So I can't, and the thing is, he did it. I'm like, why did you want to do this? And he's like, it was interesting to me. I wanted to come out and meet you. I mean, he was just really, he didn't want anything. He was really nice. Like, it would have been one thing if he just came here and was like, dude, you have to buy my coin, or you have to be involved with my friend's project. There's none of that discussion. It was only very chill topics and anything under the sun you wanted to discuss, but no pressure. Yeah, he does, and I think he has his own NFT, um, as well. You've been in his VC, haven't you? No, there's Ass Munch. That's one guy, and then there's Apollo 13. He's crypto degen. He has a crypto degen one. If you look at where I belong at the VCs to which I belong, join his. He's the one who got me connected with Roller Girl. You know who Roller Girl is, right? So basically, the way that I met Roller Girl is Apollo 13, the guy who bought the pizza and visited me today. He connected with me about 6 months ago, and he was just talking to me. And honestly, just like anybody who comes to talk to me, I never know if I'm going to talk to them again. So it's like, okay, best wishes. And he came back like today or yesterday, and he started talking, and then basically was like, hey, uh, or maybe a couple of days ago, would you be well, really, he wanted me to be on a podcast, and he wanted his friend to do the podcast, so I got that organized. And then you know who More Light is, right, Anatoly? So I got More Light connected with Roller Girl, and she's going to do a pre-fight interview and a post-fight interview with More Light to promote the coin and the fight, which I think is a good idea. So he's going to be doing that this week. But in no way was it like Apollo 13 was like, hey, can you do this for me? No, it wasn't like that at all. I was so appreciative of everything that he did for me. It's the least that I can do. If I have a pretty good relationship with More Light, that's great. If he wants to be able to talk to More Light, I know More Light well enough that More Light will make time. More Light doesn't have to make 2 hours of time. Even if it's a 10-minute pre-fight interview to pump the coin a little bit, it's something. I agree. So they're going to do that this week. No, it's on a week from. It's on Friday. Excellent, Anatoly. Let me just say, I know I give you shit a lot of times, and never take it seriously. I mean, sometimes like when I'm having a heart to heart with you, but essentially, like, a lot of times, literally, and I know you're the same way, we come in here and just fill time and bullshit with each other. So if I'm just riffing and I get a little too aggressive, apologies, I don't mean it. And I know I know that we have a good enough relationship that you'd always be like, dude, that offended me, and then I'd have to think back what I did and then apologize for it. But you should know that I still think you're a wonderful person, even though you're a little bitch sometimes. But we're all little bitches sometimes. I'm the biggest little bitch there is. What up, baby? Take care, man. Bye bye.
Oppenheimer won top honors tonight at the Master Film Awards. Certain versions of the Oscars. The atomic bomb epic won in 7 categories, including Best Picture, Director, and Actor. Let's take a look at your drive-to-TV results. Crash on the one hand in downtown
What are on the cusp of a question that has been burned into human consciousness since the beginning?
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you would be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
Something very powerful. It might be nefarious.
Outside weather, sunshine, cloudy, warm and rainy tonight. Temperatures will be in the 40s and 50s in metro LA. Right now, 57 with Louis Del Mar, still in Florida. We will also from the TFI 24-hour newsroom and Heather Booker.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this Air Pulse radio announcement. Our very best 90th anniversary fair has just landed. From now until February 21st, enjoy our very best prices during the Air Pulse rendezvous and benefits from our 90 years of experience in design, comfort, and fine dining. Book your flight with Paris with Air Flight from Los Angeles starting at $1,535 round, tax included. Canadian is round trip for ticket flyers. Advertised fare not available on all flights. Additional restrictions apply. Terms and conditions at airpulse.us.
Because there's a psychological shock coming. A lot of people who have not paid attention to this topic, who think it's all nonsense, it's tabloid stories, are in for a really big surprise because it's real, it's true, it's here, and we need to figure it out from a newsman's perspective. I can say this: it would be the biggest story, the biggest story in Europe.
Get all the tools for all the fees. Sign up for your free account at flightlife.com.
Get more RVs for your dollar at Mike Thompson's RV and Casino.
This information can be difficult because our current this idea is done a possibility to people that I don't know where this goes, but I do know that this is a lot easier and I'm not sure how humanity will react to it. Our government shut down 3 objects in the sky. One of those was a Chinese balloon. But the original, because they haven't told us what they were. But, the public paid attention for about 3 days, and then they went back to the Barbie movie coming out. Disclosure is a double-edged sword. Real disclosure means truth. That's what we always value. And the truth is not always slow. The truth is not always...
Jeez, I don't know how to say it.
The reality is that the truth can be disturbing.
promo, right? The promo was weird, man. Be able to do like that promo for her. Think about how you feel like she's done that documentary every week.
Documentary is my first part to review. And
You might be other man.
yeah, no, Wendy is definitely with that everyone on the office. She gave me, I'm here. I'm here. And I'm here.
Yes, I can. It was the initial out. Pretty close to reaching the most realistic goal that I think is achievable, and that is for our government to acknowledge there's a non-human intelligence among us. I don't think that there's ever going to come a day when they're saying, yeah, aliens are real, they've been abducting us, there's nothing we can do about it. They control our nuclear weapons, sorry, good night. That's not going to happen. I think we're pretty close to forcing the hand of those parts of the secrets. A genuine discovery of the UAP was a subject to be probably just about the most earth-shattering thing imaginable. It would have implications for our entire society.
And then with that,
So, potentially at the deepest levels of society, that is the foundation of life for an entire human lifetime. I'm going it's bigger than that. Birds of friends series about what this phenomenon might be. But then,
why am I not
also the prosaic explanation that it may simply be our own technology, technology that the U.S. government has that we just don't know about.
cameo appearances, and didn't take long. Somebody figured out that let's mess with George Santos, and that somebody was doing him. So
The aerospace defense
George
companies
Santos by
who
setting
are often the ones who are working on these budget programs behind the scenes. These are people who understand how to play high-level chess. And so one of the possibilities is that this is some of our classified tech that's much more advanced than anyone would have ever expected, and they want to get it out there.
For a long time, I wanted to believe that this was our technology, this was our black tech, given the big anti-gravity element. I know that our government, our intelligence agencies have used the UFOs and UFO mythology to cover top secret programs and top secret platforms and technologies. They've done that. They've taken advantage of UFO stories all around to hide their advanced planes that they can do amazing things.
right?
So
Like that, right?
they're going to fake some sort of fake alien invasion to freak us all out and get us to say, sure, spend whatever you have to do to keep us safe.
This was actually done many years ago in the 1990s. The official story of the CIA beings verifying the YouTube aircraft. Yes, I said we wanted to black people think those were UFOs, and we just let people believe that because, well, we didn't want them to think our actual technological capabilities were effective as
Your name is
testing of the right now on the
I
side.
think you would be a good fit for our platform. And I was like, no one is searching
I
for
have
me.
personally felt
I didn't believe it for a
more
second.
What's even better about that
of
is
that
they are.
secrecy of our
And now
government's
that you said
will
no,
and desire
it's become even
to
more
hold
relevant.
this fundamental
I
value
believe
back
And
from
now,
its population to
all of
us.
the requests will come
And
in.
that
Everyone's
original
telling me on
hearing,
Instagram
it
that
was a
we have it prepared.
monumental moment
And
in
it's just
human history to get to
no,
ground
I
truth
think it's
on the UFO
I think it's an interesting idea. I love that actors have the option to use a little side hustle, a little extra money. I had bought a cameo for a friend of mine whose daughter had a birthday. She was a big fan of stuff, the cake from this guy, Castle. And we made a video for her birthday, and she loved it. She was like, oh, I really like I said the same thing. I love the idea of it. But I also think we're doing some of the work. So I'm
It does somebody at such a high level. Kind of a local celebrity does some cover-ups for Halifax.
that our government or defense
And
contractors have
so
been
with these
hiding
stuff,
and
nobody
studying
outside
recovered technology
well,
that's not
but
for
it's another
civilization.
West, and I don't think it's
UFOs are real. We have craft. We have obtained
But I've
some of
always
them. We are exploiting them.
they
We try to figure out
how
how it works
they
through
turned out.
reverse
They
engineering.
turned out everything
So
they want, right?
naturally, we go to our contractors. Some of these big
Many of them
aerospace
don't, but I
companies
guess that's why
like
the gag
Lockheed
is
Martin,
real towards Texas
Raytheon,
State.
Boeing,
But you know what
and
the
we
truth
say,
is?
hey, look, here's
They
a
don't even
product.
trust this
We
reading.
need in secrecy because of national security. We need you to
They've
explore
never
this
seen
and
it before.
figure
They're
out
just
for us.
reading words in front of them. They
Over
don't even
time,
necessarily go
the
together. They're just
metallization
words.
has made it so there's
something specific you want them to say, you can put that in there. But otherwise, you can just say, this is for, my friend's birthday, she's maybe 13, just have a birthday, that kind of thing. And then they will just rip off that was delicate. You just rip and be like, oh,
what the Russians are trying to do.
yeah, it was really cool. But my use is with people on there who are like, not involved in this. Like there's like mommy bloggers on there and they're still, yeah,
Nobody knows who you are.
yeah, it's weird. Weird. So that's for me, like, if they're making money, great, and maybe people want to stop, but I'm like, people also probably just brand them. Personal videos are $50. That stuff is awesome. Use somebody who you're throwing at. Use somebody who you would love to get like a personal or just oh my god, really love when you like I know you do exactly what I missed. But we got Aruba's impersonator, Kelly Vaughn. She apparently can impersonate Dolly and
That extraterrestrial intelligence has visited planet Earth. Did you go a step further? It hasn't just visited. People talk about looking for extraterrestrial intelligence.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily for people who are working actors who are I think it's for people who need a little time of it's more like maybe your beloved 70s, 80s, and 90s TV stars that you're like,
what probability
maybe
I'm willing to do it. It's fun to all of us involved, but I'm not going to do it for free. That's what I just can't listen to. Because if somebody wants, if I DM you and say, hey, can you record a voicemail message for me? You'd probably do it. But all of a sudden, you have like 50 people emailing you every day saying, you have a voicemail for you. I'd love to do a voicemail for you. I'm so flattered that you guys will want it. But you can't get a lot of my time. I can't do it for free. What about $50 a day? That's what I feel like audio is.
for sure.
The people that are saying, oh, I have to have that information.
I don't think a lot of it. I think it's supplemental income for everybody who's working. I think it's like actors who haven't worked in a while, or maybe actors who just be a little. I mean, there are some actors who are hugely famous, like your Star Trek actor, somebody who actually lined in a Star Wars movie. Like those people are very popular, and like there's such a massive fandom for those kinds of actors, where they could make a couple $1,000s extra a month. Like sometimes, in a way, that could be your rent. That could be your so. All right, now I'm going back on TV. I'm not kidding.
So anyway, first thing is we need to understand it was everybody was really was very funny. Somebody was for he's mad that people do the shit and play the stuff on the air. So now Sanders is suing Jimmy Kimmel for $750,000. Yes, he goes, no, but then again, I'm not we're lost on he's typically fishing for a settlement, which frankly, well, $200,000 a year. So, can't buy AM 640 when I got national radio. One, I just got the Lindsay vibrating that covered Booker's live. So, for our music.
One of the LA City firefighters on Thursday when a tank exploded has been discharged from the hospital. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to take up the bipartisan national security supplemental bill already passed by the Senate. Southland weather from TFI, cloudy, cool, and windy. It's about 40 to 50 for Metro
Letter is brought to you by intelligence. Have
Really
somehow
come back with
adapted
an
and become part of our society.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have it right.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Struggle Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
Will you have it this?
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer shower. The Struggle Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thestruggleplumber.com.
Wow, you ain't upfront and everything. I'm so dying but you wouldn't tell me anything.
No double check, just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99.
Concept of the little gray area with the big eyes. The fact is, you don't really know what they're looking at. I don't think it's threatening. I don't think they're manipulating us somewhat. But potentially monitoring our activities, potentially monitoring the earth in college.
Really, all of that is walking northbound 110. Eastbound and fully loaded now.
I think that what we might be seeing is humanity waking up to the fact that there is a non-human intelligence on this planet. Most people seem to think, because it's the only thing we've ever seen on television or movies about UFOs, that this is definitely aliens coming from another planet. But I don't think that a lot of the public understands actually how wide the scope of possibilities actually is.
Temperature stays low, but demand remaining high. You need to do. They're all month-long up to a fast, heavy, and higher candidates all from one place. And you can interview tools to schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt, the vendors who fund your taxes. Why are people saying do yeah to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will keep what you paid last year on tax credit. Even if you filed online, proof of prior year payment required in filing. New clients only. Visit federal location 3807. Turn to JacksonHewitt.com.
Hey, Bob, on your calendar. Driving with a podcast is unbearable. If you're looking for low-cost, reliable car insurance, look no further. California's low-cost auto insurance is a trusted option backed by the state. Signing up is easy and will help ensure you're in compliance with the law. Visit mylowcostauto.com or call 866-602-8861 today. Get
There are countless cases of things that are seen flying into and out of the ocean.
Get
There are
presidential
the
deals
navies
all
of
month long at the Rabbi Superstore. Right now is the best time to get the super prices you deserve. Take a test drive today at the Rabbi Superstore location closest to you, or shop online anytime at normreeves.com. This is job season new year. Something that's in high demand and high change in the economy. Cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really now, take my computer career. You don't need any prior experience. You can start your career on Silicon. A lot of IT pros with a full career to level up. Classes online or on campus. Oh, check it out. Hey, make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.com. It's power for that one. Who does the new system that takes in the gut? But the gut is itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVICY. Sacrifice. It's a brand new food. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Try DINOVICE for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at DINOVICE.com/radio. Hey, with the heavy bite, the way of intelligence. Hey, Steam Store. Thinking about selling your home? Let's pump the brakes for a second. If it's not in tip-top shape, you're missing out on 20 to 50% of its profit potential. So, before you sell, call the good folks at ROTHSCHILD. Qualify for the most innovative selling solution I know.
The people at the highest level
Sell
that I've
360 is
ever
not
had
like other
candid conversations.
Yeah,
They
it
always
starts
refer me
when
to
you're
the
buying
movie The
your
Abyss.
home at a fair price, but that's not where it ends.
There
After
is
you buy
presence
purchases, renovate,
under the
and
water,
sells it,
and
you
that you may
receive a
be
second check for the
resigned there,
profit from the renovation.
but it makes sense with how we see their craft being able to operate. A couple years back, I released a well-known video of USS Oklahoma seeing the thermal footage of an egg-shaped UFO that appears to descend into the water.
See if your home qualifies at
This is corroborated by
anxiety? Apparently, we're not supposed to have anxiety. I mean, if you have a little, once in a while, only on two circumstances, but the rest of the time, no anxiety. So, I have this little vibrator thing. Sound waves and vibration to reduce anxiety.
Put it this way, if you were an alien civilization and you have a base on Earth, what would you like it to be that we rescue humans don't interfere with you? It's a great place to hide. Let's say that you're involved in a solar system where there are occasionally a fancy solar system that might asteroids that hit your planet and cause massive destruction. That's all right. But then all of a sudden you bring it back up like that anxiety to go 10 or 12 miles all around. There's a great rock. Because you did the commercial thing with had anxiety needed something to vibrate it away. I think in the future that the research of UFO flights will be in the oceans because if you talk to folks in upper levels of government, they're pretty much convinced that there are bases, that there are enclaves of non-human intelligence under the ocean waves, and that is where we're going to find some answers.
Which is one of the things women do. We're really side note here, but I feel it's funny because many of the sexual assault and sexual harassment lawsuits they brought up the fact that we have sex with grandma. We like this because anytime we make those comments, we would laugh or whatever. But you see, when someone is bigger and more powerful metaphorically or physically, one strategy for women under stress is to overreact to basically, at the top of the line, so you won't see that. So it's fight, flight, freeze, or calm. And women do that in such a bad way.
They're coming back from the future to visit and study their own evolutionary past.
Right, and it's crying because she's afraid.
Our descendants are future humans
I'm not a neuroscientist and psychiatrist, I'm not. And I did a full interview with her chatting about this. So she believes, because I thought anxiety is, we evolved to have it for a good reason. It's a survival thing, right? But she corrected me and said, well, there's two ways to go about anxiety. And one is if you're literally running from your life from a lion or if you're had your last meal and there's no meal in sight forever and it's a chance of food and it's survival time. The rest of the time, stress about your relationship with family, with bills, with politics, all the stress can flow deep and actually our stress could be calmed down by sympathetic nervous system. And so we actually created this principle that it works well on your ankle. I do try to keep it in the last protection pattern. There's different kinds of settings. Sometimes it will stimulate the central nervous system to have a little more energy that's transferred to the muscle. Sometimes it will be, social and interpersonal connection and empathy. And sometimes, and it's all like
What's happening to the planet now? We're screwing it up.
so anyway, she's saying,
Climate scientists think we've already passed the point of no return.
well, let me tell you, the first night I used it on the street code, and I have been having trouble. I'm a woman of a certain age, and things happen in the night. Not the things I want to have happen. Things like hot flashes, night sweat, just suddenly waking up at 3 in the morning. There's a whole community of women of a certain age on Facebook that are doing more. Anyway, so I'm mostly the last woman there in the street code. The first night I did this in the street code, it's crazy. I said, I woke up fresh.
They're extraterrestrial. We might expect them to kill us, enslave us, take our resources. But the fact that we don't see that is some indication that they're not here to harm us. They're probably here to study us,
But I don't think we need to be fearful of this presence, especially if they are our evolutionary descendants that are us in the future.
Everybody has heard extraterrestrial. They maybe have heard extraterrestrial, which means that we're experiencing beings or craft that are somehow penetrating our timeline, but are from a different timeline. So now we're talking about interdimensional. Our observation of what we are physically seeing, we might not be seeing the full representation of what that is.
We have hypothesized that a lot of our different scientific models that other dimensions could exist. And if it was possible for us to dream them, that could explain some of the weirdness that we're seeing with the UFO phenomenon.
I try not to speak up on my own as has been explained to me. There are other dimensions of reality, that there could be other interdimensions living on Earth that we do not see unless they come in here in our world. We can't get from here to there, but there is indication that they can get our world invisible or not visible from us. That's something else. Some of them you can say are insider types. They immerse yourself in reference to this in his speech to Congress, alluding to this as a possibility. Given mentioned that there's interdimensional
It is expected to bring heavy rain from now through
in terms of multidimensionality
are
of the framework.
worrying about a
That I'm
phone
familiar with,
where
for
callers
example,
tell people their faces and a breath.
oceanographic principle. Ellis County Sheriff's deputy, courthouse employees, and bail bondsmen. Cameras tell their targets they can resolve their life by posting bail with gift cards with Bitcoin.
Once the fear is in the victim and they're afraid to get off the phone because of whatever the scammer says, they have them trapped.
LA County Sheriff's Deputy Veronica Phantom says the scammers often research their target's social media accounts. The LA County Sheriff's Department says it would never ask for payments over the phone in downtown LA.
Reality is
Some people in an apartment complex in Baldwin Village have had enough from one of their neighbors. Peter Arnold and her fellow residents of the Baldwin Village apartment called the cops Friday to report a crashing window of quiet neighbor. He says it all started after midnight with loud music and breaking glass.
Feels like the music and it's probably like green and exciting window.
The LAPD came out several times to see no arrests were made. The LAPD says they're keeping an eye on the situation.
there are some
A former college
possibilities that are
basketball star who spent more than a decade in the NBA received a new start. ABC's Brian Clark says the wife of NBA champion Scott Howard described her husband as awake and feeling great after he underwent a heart transplant on Friday in Nashville.
Howard became 49 on Monday, needing a transplant because his heart kept jamming in a virus he caught in 2021. Bobby was big size, 6'11", 250 pounds.
if it comes down to what it is, it could be a really dark
Howard, who appeared on Survivor after his NBA career, went public with his need for a transplant last month. Two service members killed last month in Jordan related to arrests in separate funerals in Georgia. Sergeant Kennedy Sanders and Sergeant Breonna Mossad were killed by a one-way attack drone sent by an Iranian-backed militia across the border in Syria. Almost Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says dozens of service members also were hurt in the attack.
President Carter was seen nearly sobbing with his elbows on his desk and his hands in his
I'm going to find out at 6:05 between the two and here, so not in the world day itself, but he's on that ISD just over roughly 110, he's very heavy, some sort of shoot it on the 1 freeway, eastbound and fully loaded up to 26th Street to downtown, and southbound 101 freeway, people going down freeway, but one is the one that really probably almost not understand all the way.
Just look at
ChatGPT and AI.
Scientists today are already saying
Introducing our Honor Value Tracker, where you can track your car's value over time and learn what's driving it. We might be too expensive. Thinking like our value discount, we might have to have it out of the market flooded.
About the power of artificial intelligence
It might be too
AI
expensive.
versus electronic versus design of.
It might be too serious.
it's gone from Siri
Definitely make you an expert on your
tier call. Having 41,000 items in stock and offering same-day shipping to 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, so we want that. You want the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supply. Visit ootd.com.
With a 50% chance of tonight, both versus in the 50s for LA and OC. Some more rain on the way. Highs will be in the mid-50s on Monday. Those will reach the low 50s at the beaches tonight, and the low 40s in Riverside and 9 East, and lows in the 30s to 40s in the East Valley. Right now it's 59 in Northridge, 60 in San Dimas, 61 in Brea, 63 in Orange. We lead local. Live from the KY 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Booker.
Listen on the 49er radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and look at about where you never sounded so good. AM 640.
You've documented what you see this is production video show. If you need my show, as opposed to clinical psychology, I'm abstract with the science of love. I've written a number of books on relationships, and I am intent on making sure that I spread the science of love. Yes, it's a science of love to everybody. And I want us all to have better mental health together. But it's a very wonderful. I had a wonderful activity for beautification. I'm sorry, totally changed up this spreadsheet. I heard that the RFA has a special election for Freedom. Yeah, that is their food. I'll put this on the oil to that to do a album. It's to learn about cat food. If you know the original cowboys for black, you know that. It's what they call the cowboys. They were the cowman is what they were. They're really good. They're really good. What the heck? So this week I was up at my farm in Oregon, Below Country Day, and I heard to tell you I teach psychology and one of the things I teach about social and it's research on kindness and nature and how it increases your immune system. Everything is good health. And I knew it. Even though it was raining, it was here, and then it's kind of my desert. Lots of things, just big rains are coming out, and I didn't miss it. I just feel happiness, calmer. So later in the show, I have a guest, Leo, who actually has a wearable device that can help that can help reduce anxiety for him. And we'll talk about my experience with it a little bit. Also, I want to do a small little announcement. Years ago, I wrote for a new website called ViralRabbi.com, but this week they hired me back here in Nashville. So check out some of the some great websites that I want to mention that. And I also wanted to say that producer Taylor and I have actually designed a whole new Patreon on my Patreon group. So I put all my books up there, my podcast, my Zoom rooms, everything. So if you want to pull up new rooms, I'm there on the Zoom every Wednesday. That's patreon.com/drvlog. You know, this morning my daughter walked into my room, she was 10, and she said, Mom, I screwed up love is getting time. Screwed up love is getting time. I said, you know what? How's that? She said, well, on the girl's side, they have totally made a team, like he doesn't step up, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. They need to jump. You know, right now, you're down. Really, even if you're a grown person in your 20s, you are supposed to have your guy ask you, what is anything down there? How do I start that? But a lot of writing, because according to certain TikTokers, you should jump this. It's dumb. I mean, it's the same thing. It's in my head. But it's a lot of it goes. Another thing is better on the news side of TikTok is that these fed videos, like influencers, that say, if a dude does your money, don't even go on a date. Which I think, rather than
Associated Affiliation Unlimited against North Korea. Just one nuclear weapon exploded in a city, killed hundreds of thousands of people. And would badly destabilize our very way of life.
When we are racing towards an API, not forget, it used to be 20 years or more of a growing feminization of college careers. Far more women get into college school than men. There's a milestone we passed, I think it was 3 years ago, where we actually have more women in the American workforce than men. Okay.
UFOs have appeared over nuclear weapons bases, nuclear power plants, anything nuclear. There they going to Russia in the 90s and brought back these documents from their Ministry of Defense. Then the incident in the early 1980s in ICBM base in Ukraine. These missiles are aimed at the United States. For a 4-hour period, UFOs appear over this base, and after a couple of hours, some of the launch control codes light up. Somebody entered the launch control codes. The missiles start firing up. They are ready to go. World War III is about to break out. The Russians cannot stop it. Suddenly the UFO goes away. It's gone. The system goes back to normal. And the Russians send in a team. They take all this stuff apart. They can't figure out what caused it. Eventually they concluded the UFOs. To me, these are displays of power. This is to show us that they are in control, not us. If I were a non-human intelligence, extraterrestrial, or whatever, and I was witnessing what humans have done to each other over the centuries, I'd be worried. Developing spacefaring systems where we can go and extend our inhumanity to other planets. I keep an eye on this. We are not alone. All possibilities are on the table until we can rationally exclude them.
Reproduction for survival.
Why is this happening?
I worry about young women who are eating up their fertility window
They just can't keep
without
this secret any longer. And
education,
maybe the whistleblowers are coming out, and maybe the visitors themselves have decided that it's time for everyone to know what's going on. So right now,
It's a cool thing on TikTok.
did you find it
They're
interesting
putting out videos
that
about
all of
how
this
great their life
legislation coming
is.
out, the congressional hearings, all of this
You
almost
have to
seems to
depend on
be
women 100%
carrying them
for
along,
everything.
almost
And
as
you
if
have
there's
no
some greater
protections
intelligence
in there.
leading this push toward disclosure, and that the members of the United States Congress, the Senate, and the House are trying to get out ahead of something that they know is coming.
But also not having the support marriage. Put me into that single mom life for a long time. Make a lot of friends retired. That's like, I'm not exactly yeah,
For the national security state, it's probably can't control.
but you know what is the dwindling population of guys who can afford to support a woman? That's a horrible, right? There's power in some of that. Okay, so that's on the girls' side. On the boys' side of TikTok, it says there are out videos that say,
Here's the central question. Systems, are we alone?
how to tell. Do you practical mean? In a very fashion language,
Where are we on the pecking order, on the cosmic food chain?
when I obtain sex
How could you not be interested in that just for just curiosity's sake?
now it's called.
I think the danger is great. There's no
And then
putting
the word
this
for
back
easy
in the bag. The thing that's unifying to us is transparency. That we've been lied to. Nobody likes being lied to. But we have to protect
and my daughter
and
did not
treat
if you
true
see the box.
whistleblowers. We need to protect them.
That's that box.
To me, this is where the rubber meets the
You know,
road.
when I was in
We're seeing
high
battle
school,
being played out.
house,
It's the kind of insurgency you could say
and the girl was
that
short,
is trying
small,
some of this information out.
you know,
And it is up to those people who care
thinner.
about the truth to push that
I
truth
know.
as
I can
hard
look on Taylor's face. She was that particular girl. And also, I can be how old I am. This box. I'm like that line in there. It's wow. Because that's wow. And here's
government
the other thing.
scientists has
So
alleged
you
that
know
the
how
U.S. military is
apparently
finally
love
covered
bombing is having
UFOs
noticed.
in a
This
secret
is
base in
the
the
one
Nevada desert.
you think those two things are lying? Blood bombing is where they come on strong and make you think they're really into
Rothschild
you.
isn't the only person to claim insight on what took the flying discs at the test site. He's just the only person to say so publicly.
If they're bragging to other guys that they're professional love bombers, and this is how it is.
What's up, man?
I will tell stay away from it. There's one way to determine if he's there for the long haul, which is delay the onset of sexual relationship and see how much he sacrifices. That doesn't mean plenty and hard to get him. It doesn't mean playing a game. It means interviewing well, investigating, assessing it, taking some time. You need to have friendship.
Reverse
The
engineering
other thing is,
sports model
men are TikTok bending the wheel. I'm talking about Gen Z here. We're also embracing a concept called baby
was
girl.
the original
We're calling
whistleblower.
it that. Baby girl.
Physical contact and
You are listening to the documentary with
system, another planet,
everywhere, from the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour Unified Nature.
and it's really there.
The UN Security Council is set to vote Tuesday on the
It's like
ceasefire in
everybody says,
Israel
I
and
never
Hamas.
thought we'd be
GOP
here.
presidential hopeful Nikki Haley is claiming full President Trump for his silence on last week's death of Russian opposition leader Alex Navalny. And two Minnesota police officers and a paramedic were shot and killed while responding to a domestic abuse call early Sunday in a Minneapolis suburb.
So,
Health and weather from KFY. Cool, cloudy, and rainy tonight. Temperatures will be in the 40s
how
and 50s in
badly
Metro
they
LA
really
and
want to keep this
30s.
secret.
Music
Who
brought to you
knows
by
who was in charge of keeping it secret? The
We are
government
going to
hasn't,
on the 110 with
it hasn't
Mr.
voluntarily come up
Why would a plumber
with this
just tell me
information.
what it
It's
costs
only
to
because they've had
unplug
their
my
arms
vein
twisted.
over the phone?
It's
Is it
never a
that
safe thing
complicated?
to play around with information.
No, it's not. It makes no personal. They obviously have a problem.
Wow. You put a nice girl in
It's
that.
not about
Mike Diamond, the drug
Georgetown
addict,
would never have
Will
been
you tell me how much time spent my brain?
$99.
Will you have your finger?
Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer valve.
That's just the fact.
Smell good plumbers at Mike Diamond.
I mean, it might have come out
Any
in
grain
other
for
ways.
$99.
It might have just come out over
Yeah,
time.
there are a few exceptions.
Other people
You
might
can
have
read all about
did
them
so.
on our website before you call. Just go to smellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you like upfront and everything. I just told a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
You're the one that brings
Here,
him
man.
through
It's professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good,
Maybe so, but
unplug
I don't
drains
want you
for
guys to go through
$99.
that stuff. Just be careful, don't step on the wrong toes.
You see what's happened in the world. You see David Rush.
That's dynamite. I mean, it really is. I can only hope that some more people come out.
Would you talk in front of Congress if I set that up? Would you give your testimony under the same circumstances under oath? Would you go down one last time?
I've fought the fight for 30 years. I'm kind of happy the way it is now. The last thing I want to do is steer the fight. So I can say under oath everything I said before is true. And that's all there is to it.
You've said before, it's a crime against the scientific community. A crime against human beings to not have the basics out about this. What would you like to see happen? What's the best case scenario? Could this secret be told openly?
It's a difficult question because I understand the national security implications are there's valuable information that seems to be gained that really could change the direction of a country. And so how do you get that out into free discussion between scientists and yet keep it undercover so the valuable information doesn't get to other countries? It's very difficult. And there are crimes that it seems the government has worked on as legal. And this is potentially groundbreaking information. Technology that could change the course of mankind. But you can at least admit one thing that we kind of agree on at this point. There is another civilization visiting us. At least come to terms with that.
It's like there's a lot of years of like where these people are from, where this technology is from. But it sounds like in your experience, whoever is operating these craft vehicles, you got to see that they were from another, or is the craft was able to travel among solar systems?
Well, all of the data that I mean, it can stabilize gravity and actually distort its time. So we can travel more than just out of the solar system. And, there's no guarantee that these are aliens from another planet. I've heard people throw out theories that it's just us from the future coming back to visit. I don't discount anything. They could easily be true. So whether this is from people from another dimension, us from the future, or just from a distant star system, suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Divine.
I just gotta say, man,
I have to laugh. Now I find relief, and I tell them about it immediately. This thing is amazing.
Divine is available at Divine.com
I
or
have
Walmart,
this. I
Walgreens,
don't know if we'll
CVS,
ever
and
get
Rite
to
Aid.
ground truth on this stuff.
He's back.
It's great.
You can once again listen to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
I think it's coming. I mean, it just seems to be going in that direction. And as far as
Open your free iHeartRadio app,
there's
search
plenty of
the
people
Joe
in
Rogan
prison that are
Experience,
just
and listen now. While you're there, check out the smartest and most listened to conspiracy podcast. Stuff they don't want you to know. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
This story's never going away, Rob. You're always going to be the touchstone for people as you were one of the first people to come forward and just put it all on the line. Unwillingly, I understand. But you did that, so it's never going away. So even though it's small to you, it's big to other people when you just take a moment and talk to us about it like this. So thanks again, man. Appreciate it.
well, no problem. I mean, I do want this stuff to come out, but
Courtney, you have
I'll see what it
documented
takes me. I met him outside.
Heather Brooker, that's not your name. I'm sorry. It's so bad. It's a famous number. Anyway. It was. It was a BROA. You should check her out on Facebook. Heather Brooker. She's good. She's not there. Anyway, she's not there right now, so she's not even here now. So now we have a speaker in the ladies' room. She's not here for hours. She's resting. We put it back to the microphone. Pull it down on her side. It's totally. So I'm talking about legal though that the young people are using that basically it's the same. It's just another version of all the old stuff. It's
I find it what is just and right and true. Now we have people with a piece that are going after the truth.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is working to introduce a bill that would let Americans finally see hard evidence of real UFOs.
In fact, let me ask you this. Anyone who reads something Where's that picture?
Senators, the head of
Okay, so here's what baby girl is not.
their
It refers to an emotionally evolving man who's acting like any other human being. It's so cute when the man is you feel vulnerable, relaxed, and not insecure is who leads. Also, part of the whole baby girl thing is that she's also kind of cute and a kid.
We've just heard that two key provisions were killed in this defense bill that basically watered down the requirement to make public any information about spacecraft about alien remains. I think it really disappointed voters. That was, quite frankly, the greatest exercise in American history. You had a very solid evidence of government transparency on this issue. I wish that this process was. There's a lot of pressure being put on
I just want to say that, like every once in a while, they get so rational and so analytical, and you're like, you're probably going to look happy. But anyway,
What up, pimp? How you living? What's new in your neck of the woods? What up, Brooklyn? How you living, girl? Living like a pimp every single day. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What kind of weed do you have, yo? You don't even fucking know. Okay. Tight. Is it working? That's what I like to hear. Does Brooklyn know my story? Do I have to give her my spiel? You got it, girl. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on the internet. I've been doing so for more than 2 years. We do this for world peace. We don't want war anymore. I stream my life going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, this is the world's biggest event. We want to see the end of world hunger through hydroponics, through vertical farming, through cloud seeding. We want to see the end of world thirst through smart straws, through drilling of wells, and through desalinization plants. Some things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in normal society are cryptocurrency, anti-gravity, antimatter, seduction, transhumanism, the idea of mind uploading technology, life extension technology. Additionally, we talk about digital immortality, time travel, you name it, we discuss it. It's very exciting. So with that, that's a little breakdown of what I do. You can tune in to me whenever you want. I'm live on 4 different YouTubes right now. I'm live on 2 different Instagrams. I'm live on 5 different Discords. And I'm live on Twitter. I have over 1,800 Twitter accounts. That's the most in global history. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I'm going to be a big deal, girl. You're going to be famous as well. We're going to make you a rich, rich woman. So make sure that you get all your plans ready of what you want to do when you're rich, particularly when it comes to starting a charity. Brooklyn, one moment, I'm going to sneeze. Perhaps. Hey, pardon me. Brooklyn, once we make you a crypto millionaire, then billionaire, then trillionaire, and you're able to start a charity, what kind of charity would you want to start and why? That's why I asked it. I appreciate it. Excellent. So, like a domestic violence charity. That's phenomenal. And we will help you with that. So, this is all being recorded. And you should know that I honestly think that I will be perhaps the world's richest person someday because data is Earth's #1 resource. It's more valuable, according to The Economist magazine, than food, water, air, petroleum, gold, you name it. Data is the most valuable resource. And I have more data on YouTube and on the internet than any single individual, which perhaps can make me a very influential individual once people find out about this project. It's essentially the world's largest performance art piece. It goes back years. It's essentially a time capsule for the future. I think it's a beautiful thing. Excellent. Well, what's new in your neck of the woods, girl? Tight. What's your new job? That's cool. In what industry? Very well. Hey, that works. Excellent. Well, you've got yourself a very cool friend in Anatole and Alex, and you should know that he is very much liked in the cryptocurrency community. He's very knowledgeable. He's funny. He's charismatic. He's an overall good person. So you should know that you have good taste in men. Good for you.
Thank you. That's the first for me.
Well, let me say this. You have good taste in this man. Let me put it that way.
Okay, thanks. That's better.
You got it. And I should say that, Anatoly, you seem to have done well for yourself. You seem to have found an intelligent individual who is pretty chill, enjoys the finer things in life like cannabis. So I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves and enjoying life, which it seems like you are. Anatoly, cat your tongue? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Well, oh yeah, let me tell you, girl. Okay, so get this, Brooklyn. I've been streaming my live for 2.5 years, right? Okay, no one, and I mean 0 people, have come and visited me over the course of the last 2.5 years until today. Someone came. They came from really Sacramento. I live in Los Angeles, and they brought me pizza and soda, and we had a pizza party picnic in the park. It was amazing. We streamed it on Instagram and in Telegram, and it was really enjoyable. We talked about, I like all kinds of interesting, like esoteric, occult, like I don't know, like things that aren't very mainstream. So we talked about advanced propulsion airplanes, basically. So like the U-2 stealth, the U-2 spy plane, the SR-71 Blackbird, the B-2 bomber, the F-117 Nighthawk, and then moving into the Aurora project, the TR-3B. Basically, I know I'm naming a lot of things, and you may not know what I'm referencing, but a lot of the things that I just said are not acknowledged by the government, but they're black budget programs, very secretive stuff. So we talked about that while having a picnic. It was very enjoyable. It was just a really nice time. And we spent about 2 hours. Can you repeat that, please? You know, honestly, I didn't even know about it until today. So had I known more in advance, I think I'd have totally known. I would have promoted it better than anybody because I love promoting parties. But I literally awoke this morning, Brooklyn, to somebody going, Rabbi, 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 Rabbi. And I'm like, God, what the fuck is this? Shut the fuck up. That was you. Okay. And then oh, I thought it was you. Yeah. And then somebody said, what kind of pizza do you want? And I answered them like, there's no way in hell. I've been doing this 2.5 years. Not one person is giving a shit to come see me. And this person's gonna not only come out here, but take an Uber. It's an expensive trip from Rancho Cucamonga to take an Uber here. It's very, very expensive. So they bought the pizza. They took care of everything. We had a really nice time. I enjoyed a couple J's on the bench, and we live streamed the whole thing. It's available on Instagram. It's amazing. It was very surreal. Like basically, we took the digital world, this digital reality that I've created, and made it into reality with a real life interaction. And highest compliment I received all day when pressed on the question multiple times, how smelly is my room? On a scale from 0 to 10, the answer was a 3, which is not smelly at all. I challenge anyone to live their life in a room for 2.5 years and not clean and get a smell score of a 3, especially when they haven't showered for months.
Yeah, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I was very last. I love Reddit. And that's quite why I left Reddit today. That's just, I hope we're all doing good. Yeah, I know I do.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I was absolutely shocked. I expected I expected at least over a 5. No, to be honest with you, it just didn't smell that badly when he was in here. I poured out my pee minutes before, so that probably gave me a couple points. If there was literally a Pyrex filled with urine right next to him, I'm sure that would have bumped me up to at least a 4 or 5. As you should have been. As you should have been. No, I don't do that. No. But you know what I learned actually with Roller Girl the other night? She was telling me about someone she had read about who had documented every moment of their life for like 20 years and had written the most amount that is thought of by any person. These people were known as diarists, people who wrote diaries back in the day. And this person wrote 35 million words from like 1950 to 1972. And they would write every 5 minutes what they would do. Like they would stand up. Whenever they stood up, they would write about it. Whenever they went to the bathroom, they would write about it. Well, I don't have that kind of dedication to write this all down because I know that's not that accurate. But I provide the same information in video form, which I think will be very valuable to people in the future. Absolutely. Well, I am. Well, you guys enjoy yourselves and feel free to check back in whenever you want. If there's anything that you want to watch, we certainly can. And I hope you two enjoy each other's company. Excellent. Take care, guys. Bye-bye, Brooklyn. Pleasure to meet you. Bye. Take care.
American Windows.com.
holiday food and rainy tonight. Temperatures will be in the 40s and 50s in Metro LA. Right now, it's 55 in Simi Valley, 57 in La Habra. We will be both live from
What up, pimp?
I have a listener. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, how your media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. So we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how our media can work for you. From your cell dial down to our see and say keyword great results. Text pound 250 and say great results.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I understand how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia. Bacterial lung disease can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccinations and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's knowpneumonia.com.
Sponsored by igers.
This is Jacob and You've been involved in a motorcycle accident on 844-24.
Hello, this is Enthusiasm, and guess what? And we are the hosts of the History of Prisoner Enthusiasm podcast. So we're going to be reworking and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down. Some of it's going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Daryl Kahn, George Pop, Open Turkey, so many more, and we're going to have guests, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Prisoner Enthusiasm on my favorite app or whatever you get your time. But I just want to tell the Instagram people that you're only going to hear half the conversation because you have to download the iHeartRadio app if you're a caller. And you got to do that. Before we get to those questions, though, signs that you're in a relationship. You know, a reporter actually reached out to me and was doing a post about it. And asked me, Dr. Lynch, how do you know if you're in a secure relationship? Was to come up with those kind of abstract concepts. And why don't we start off with what I think is one of the most important signs that you're in a relationship, and that is that you have or respect for life. I want to start here with a little commercial for what about you, because a lot of people don't know. They say things like, I'm going to put a boundary on this. I'm going to put a boundary on him. I'm going to put a boundary on her. No, don't think you can put a boundary on her. So what a boundary simply means. This is the boundary that I set. And when I don't get that behavior that I set, this is what the consequence is. This is how I will react. This is my consequence. So it might be something like, if we would say to somebody, whenever we're arguing, if you start really raising your voice, calling me names, I'm going to have to listen. And when you're calm, you can continue. So that's a boundary. The boundary is I don't get yelled at, I don't get called names, and I will walk out of the room. I do want to say this about boundaries when you first tell somebody, share with somebody that you have a boundary. You don't have to, by the way. You don't do it. But it's nice to let them know what's happening. is everybody. No matter who they are, no matter what age they are, even if it's a 2-year-old, no cookies before dinner, that's the boundary. They're going to ask the rule. Because a rule is not a rule, it's not a rule until it's discounted. So you can't get extra mad when they do the thing that you just told them not to do. Because they want to make sure that's legal. So you say, hey, if you raise your voice at me when we're arguing or you call me names, then I am going to walk out of the room and we'll continue on this conversation later. So then they start yelling at me.
I gotta take shit.
Can't go, I told you not to raise your voice. I told you not to call me a cook. You just quiet. That means the rule has been tested. Now think a boundary actually there. All right, so you need to set the boundaries. What kind of boundaries? Sexual boundaries? Are they somebody who is constantly doing things that you want them to do to your body? And you've had a boundary up about that? You're going to have to figure out what your consequence is going to be. What about financial boundaries? Are they constantly borrowing money from you and you feel like it's fair? Well, you got to stop. Put a boundary on that. Whether you're a senator or a saver, if your partner respects you and you work hard to compromise your different typologies of money. Boundary around food. Are you allowed? Are you allowed to touch your partner? And then a boundary around physical space. If you have personal items or personal space that you don't want to visit, perfect example. If there's one Diet Coke left in the fridge, and your partner knows that you like Diet Coke, do they drink it anyway? All right, then there's honesty. There's two types of honesty. There's outright lying honesty, and there's withholding information so that you get a little bit more. In a secure relationship, neither kind of lying is okay, right? If you ever caught your partner with lying, you know how hard it is to trust them again. In fact, there was a research from the Kinsey Institute on what people like and don't like or in dating profiles. And the number one thing that singles said they don't like is anybody lying in your profile. So whether you're lying about 2 inches or 3 pounds or 2 years, when you get, why are you laughing so much? And you're going to be answered, I like you because I'm in a hurry. Something got fucked out. I didn't know what program you were on. I didn't tell you. I'm sorry. Okay. Don't take this at me like the FCC was going to sign up in just a minute. Anyway, don't lie. As uncomfortable as it is, intimate. Compromise. There's so much research to show that 2 brains can accomplish so much more than any single person, right? Being able to, it doesn't work if one person has to be 100% right or in control all the time, right? So you're going to have to learn how to compromise. And finally, you know you're in a secure relationship. Trust is me. Because if you overcome some of the trauma from our early life, you learn to trust yourself. You learn to trust people. You learn to choose partners who are trustworthy. So learning to trust is a work for yourself. That's how you always do it. Relationships don't make you happy. But happy people, they have happy relationships. All right, we'll come back. I'm taking this call. I'm going to be asking relationship experts how to protect your life therapist, and I love it. You know, I love that. The number is 1-800-520-125. That's 1-800-520-1534. You are listening to the Dr. Rabbi Show. I'm Kate Bonner, and I'm 640. We are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour news with our very own Heather Brooker.
One of the LA firefighters hurt on Thursday when a tank exploded has been discharged from the hospital. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to take up the bipartisan national security supplemental bill already passed by the Senate. Now, by weather from high cool, cloudy, and rainy tonight. Temperatures will be in the 40s and 50s in metro LA and this week. Weather is brought to you by Discover. We are going to check on the 10 news and back.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke, mean or not, but I have to be exaggerated for in between the spectrum of living more, like Igers 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is very well. It's HR-positive HER2 negative 3-day stage as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Igers and visit igers.com. Igers may cause low white blood cell count that may lead to serious infection. Igers may cause severe inflammation of the lungs, poisoning, and lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have any or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Igers, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, fever or kidney problems, or plans to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infection, tiredness, nausea, brain mass, abnormalities, or blood clots, diarrhea, gas, and aroma, vomiting, and loss of appetite.
My mother feeling it regardless.
Downtown Los Angeles, eastbound carrying groceries offering broken down sidewalk in the left lane, and downtown San Francisco, that's Marlington into the downtown area. Southbound 101 really heavy from Sunrise to Boulevard to the 110. The northbound 101 getting left in Alameda to Echo Park Avenue, that's getting a lot better. Southbound 405 slow going from the street to Jefferson. Northbound 405, that's real heavy from Santa Monica Boulevard to over the fence. Stay up high beside us. We'll be there faster. I'm Randy Foley. If you like using airline or credit, shouldn't you also get rewarded? Well, now you can with this Silver Cashback account. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cashback on everyday purchases with no fees. There you go. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback. Again, member FDIC. This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world. Thanks for being trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the power. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan, morganandmorgan.com. Here you. Why are people saying, gee, yeah, to Jack and Hewitt? When you switch to Jack and Hewitt, they will beat with the K Black Zero Tax Prep. Even if you filed online, simple prior year payment required when filing. These lines only at participating locations 3807. Terms at jackandhewitt.com. If your leads ready for SEO,
Making good comments about the UFO phenomenon. Now, seriously, if there was a solution, we've got everybody talking about it.
right here you can find the story in my website. So you'll find a large, which I never seen before. Simple Solaris is a Metro award-winning 40/20 platinum preferred contractor. Your roof will be backed by an industry-leading 15-year warranty. Take a 50-year labor material non-operating warranty. If there's ever a problem, it's going to get fixed for free through the entire 50 years. Simple Solaris, your local and national solar battery storage, roofing, and heating and air contractor. Get the job done within 3 to 4 hours. You'll find people order that will be able to plus 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. El Nino is coming. Call Temper Solaris and get your roof inspected today. Visit TemperSolaris.com or call 213-477-7767. Or RV for your dollar at Mike Thompson's RV and Casino City. We're selecting prices of what they do so it's the do it window. Motorhome, travel sales, diesel pushers, and gold. We've got quality RVs for everybody and 6,000 on top brand. MikeThompson.com.
You're allowed to enthusiasm and get friendly. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast, in which we will welcome you questions about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David and Sarah Klein, which is really about voting charts and so many more, and we're going to have fun. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Make sure to go think about it later too to come to it. It's much smarter than that. Let me tell you, Gary, your earlier warning codes will come. People in Southern California get warning codes that wake up their food down there. Because no one will put his unclassified report that warning codes will come. I heard somebody opening at the door.
One of the critical moments is when President Trump signed the Pentagon to move forward about UFOs. And now that his authorization, yeah, that was a big moment. Maybe have to put these two together. This is a real answers to the takes longer to review a kitchen than a house in terms of
KFI, AM 640, U.S. Estimating minutes to do this is the Talk with Washer, and I am taking your calls. Oh, the number is 1-800-520-1534. That's 1-800-520-1534. Taylor, who you have?
That this was going to be a marathon and not a sprint, and that there was a lot more work that needed to be done here. I mean, it was exciting because it was released, and it was released publicly, but it's only about 9 pages long, including the cover page and the appendix. And what the narrative
Outside the 7-Eleven, it was timing and all the right things. So they changed numbers. Believe it or not, I found out that he was 68 years old.
a lot of it was just them sort of asking for more resources and more funding and talking about the problem that they were having.
I don't know if I
They
should
collected
include
this
the
data
date
from
to
government
try to
officials
see if
and
there's
one
something
other
more
critical
there.
reports of two
Or questions. What are your relationship goals? Short-term, long-term, want to have a family, already have a family, tell me the start notes, and I would like one. Do you want to have you had children? He has no kids. He wants some kids as kids older. So that's why he's dating a younger woman, right? Because he wants to make sure that you're fertile motive for him. I guess the question is, it's lifetime. I mean, we're talking about 25 years difference in age. Is he healthy and fit in your opinion? And is he mentioned he wants to have kids. I hope that's true because you don't want to eat up your opportunity to know somebody who's interested in that. Unless you have a big aversion to it, then I don't think there's a problem. This is super important that you figure out a few different perspectives. If your friends and family meet him fairly early on, they go into some kind of romantic level and open position. Bringing open distance with friends and family is being stuff that other people can pick him up. That's very important. But thank you so much for calling. This is so good that you're doing. You're welcome. All right, I think you can hear me next. We have John with the question. John, hello, John. It's John from Indy. What are you all doing? Good. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm good mood. All right. What's the question? John Denver? My question is, as far as my wife and I, we have two different bathrooms. She uses one, I use the other. Like you go in her bathroom, not a thing that has her makeup, that has her hairbrush, that has her hair ties, that has with her makeup. Then if you go to my bathroom, I'm not leaving my hairbrush on the sink, my razor on the sink, I'll have that place. So I'm putting that thing away. So that's your time. Okay, so the question is, we have two different bathrooms. It's giving nobody's business about what is left out or what goes on in each other's bathroom. Are you okay with this? So that my fiance and I have two separate bathrooms. And our children very near their houses, and mine, like your wife, is with the makeup and hair brush. Hair ties is just on the couch. Because I know we got one in there, so, I'm going to use it again when I get there. So, I think the next time she makes the comment, like, put your hairbrush away. Your bathroom is dirty. Just say, Kathy, it's my bathroom. And so, I'm going to keep it the way I like it. I'm curious to know why this is a problem for you. So instead of like pointing fingers going, your bathroom is messy, then you're like, you do. Just simply saying, hey, it's my bathroom, so I feel like it's my responsibility. And I'm curious to know why my bathroom bothers you. And see what she says. Just open up the conversation. I think that's important. Really good question, John. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling. Okay, so I'm still live on Instagram if you want to come on Instagram, you can, but during the commercial break, somebody wrote a question that I want to get to. He says he's a 30-year-old man who's tired of the dating app. How to approach someone in real life. Isn't it amazing that this generation of digital natives are so good at texting that the thought of talking to a human in real life is hard? Plus, we're in the time, right? Because sexual harassment is around. People worried about what if I say the wrong thing. How do you limit sexual harassment, whether it's a workplace relationship or whatever? So when you talk about somebody's body or the attractiveness, ask them out and they say no, just continue to tell them.
and it deserves more than that. But it was a huge step forward because the technology is right there and ready. So we demanded and we followed through on it. We made pictures and we made thousands since then. But this was a critical moment in how we got to where we are today.
Report states that some of these uncharacterized UAP appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics and require further analysis.
From that Pentagon report all the way up to this important moment in Congress, we had momentum.
So, I think you have to find some commonality in your life. So, let's say it's pouring rain outside, and you're under the 7-Eleven. So you say, "Whoa, that is a duck out there." You
Begin
see
with that historic UFO hearing on Capitol Hill today, as we just said, the bipartisan push for transparency, certainly decades in the making. The nation watched with great paper testimony of UAPs, demands for greater transparency, organization.
This was, I think, it is critically important.
And she goes, "Oh, no, just everybody sit there and think, and realize these are amazing to having a conversation, right? So you just gently test the waters of something that you have in common that's not too crazy, something in the world around you, the weather,
It was his
not hard to figure.
David
So
Grush.
tell me
It
this
was his
gentleman, please do
job
not do this. When I
at
was a
that
young hot
time
woman,
to look for UFO
when I was a young hot woman, I
exploitation
ran
programs,
so
legacy
fast
UFO
from
programs.
the men who would walk up to me
And damn,
and
did he
say,
fight them.
"You know, I think you're very attractive. I think this nice, we have to meet sometime." No, I know I'm attractive. Every man thinks I'm attractive. No, fine. How about coming towards me? What is this? Talk about something going on in the world, all right? So I think you can do it. You guys can learn it. All those relationship skills can be learned. All right, I want to go to social media because so many questions are coming in with DMs. If you'd like to call, the number is 1-800-520-1534. That's 1-800-520-1534. Okay, so this person writes, "Hey, Dr. Wendy, I found that a guy, I guess a guy, on Teams was still with his fiance. He's been contacting me for months, despite me telling him to leave me alone. Last night, he told me a text, reminiscing on an intimate moment we had together with that wedding. How am I supposed to respond? Should I send it? That's nice. You should tell your fiance that you like that position. Or should I
You
just
said
like,
that the U.S. has
please, everybody,
spacecraft. You said that the government
when
has
someone is
alien
trying
bodies
to
with aliens.
get you back or interested in or affected or whatever, you're going to send
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand, not in this environment, but I
in
can
this
answer that
case,
question.
you send
I
a
close doors.
sexy picture, you know, somebody has to know. Because the first thing, if it can provoke you to respond,
It's one thing
when
for the
you
government to say,
respond,
well, there's something out there we're going to look into. We'll
you're
get
doing
back to
some
you
kind of
people on that.
relationship.
That's not good enough.
At
That
least
still
you're making a connection.
gives the
It's doing
U.S.
good,
government
but it's a
the ability
relationship,
to cover
right?
under
But, you know,
this
I often see
veneer of,
people who
well, we're just going to
break
investigate.
up,
But
whether
if
it's
you
they
get an acknowledgement
lived
that
together,
they've
they
actually
dated, or
had
they were married and divorced, and then
I mean, let's get
long
real
after
here.
breakup,
Alien tech,
they're
alien
not
bodies.
doing a
There's no
job
way
with each other
you
because,
can
right?
then say,
But
well,
I'm like,
we're
all
going to
we're
look into
trying to
this
do
honestly.
is stay in the relationship. The
That's an
relationship
admission into
now
lying
is based on
for a
contract. It's
long
not
time.
based on
That's an
love.
admission of
Because
truly the
someone's
greatest
attached to it,
conspiracy
right?
ever.
It's like a relationship is a kind of emotional thing that was ungrateful for, and they want to get you to respond. So my answer to you is, if you write back something snarky, distracting, he knows you miss you, he's got your attention. Now, I'll be honest. If you really don't want to see him, and I hope you don't, he's still with his
We
fiance,
are
or
in the
still with
midst
his
of
fiance.
what you
Trust
can
me,
genuinely
the day
call
you're
as a
his fiance,
revolutionary
he'll be
period.
getting
I
touched
am
with somebody
convinced
else.
that we
So
are actually
please,
in the midst of a
just
global
trust him.
revolution on many levels. You look at the UFO
All
or
right.
UAP
Hey, Dr.
subject,
Wendy, can I get some
and you
input?
see this, what I
I'm not just
call
trying to dating
resurgence
app. I
happening
think women
from
are good at this. Before John had a good
that
dad.
over the last several years has
We're
resulted
supposed to
in
meet
much
up
more
tomorrow
information
for a
coming out on
city,
this
the
and
first
much
time.
greater local public conversation. And if it results
Oh,
in a genuine
you would not
breakthrough
believe what this guy just asked a woman who he's
of
about
real breakthrough,
to go
a meaningful
on a
one in
first
which
date with.
some kind
I'll
of
explain
genuine
when we
honest
come back.
is
You are
forced
listening to the
by
Dr.
government
Show. We
authorities,
can't buy
high
on
level
the
government
40
authorities.
live
And you can
everywhere
call that a
on the
revolution,
iHeartRadio
a
app.
disclosure
Right now, let's go to
revolution.
the
We want to
24
know
hour
what's
page
going
on
on,
YouTube
first of all.
and
get by 24-hour newsroom. Liquid Church in Houston resumed services today, a week after a shooter entered the facility with a 7-year-old son at his side, opening fire with an AR-15. The shooter, 36-year-old Genesee Moreno, was killed in the exchange of gunfire. ABC's Jacqueline has more from Houston.
And I want to order, come on, my partner, you can't my glass over my guy. Well, I'll tell you, KPRK, a brief experience at the 911 call. Short Medora had a history of disturbances with her neighbors. And one incident asked the dispatcher if she could draw a firearm.
Moreno's son was shot in the head and is still in critical condition. Librarians have been told to start pulling books in the sexually explicit from the children's section of the Huntington Beach Central Library.
The whole holistic book covers an sexually explicit book.
Scientific engineer Tracy Vandermont says the book will be reviewed and recategorized for the teen or adult sector.
How to do this stuff. There's orgasm and what feels like in detail. This book is sexually explicit.
Friends of Huntington Beach Library board member Carol Shaw disagrees.
It just gets very complicated when you have conservative majority like this on the side on what a public library should have.
He says the city is using Wikipedia to define sexually explicit in Orange County court incarceration.
A teacher is in big trouble for allegedly viewing inappropriate images on his cell phone during class. The West Virginia Unified School District says students reported the incident to school officials. The teacher at Taylor Elementary School was removed from the class at both the police and child protective services were called. One of the LA City firefighters hurt on Thursday when his vehicle exploded has been discharged from the hospital. The department also says the other injured firefighter had his ventilator removed and is alert and talking. 7 others were hurt in the explosion. The nation of Georgia became a European Union candidate this past December, but confirmation is a long way off. At the Munich Security Conference in Germany, their president said they were looking forward to becoming a member of the EU. The Philippines listed the EU as the only profession for country that is
And he says he saw a crashing spaceship and it
the majority of the nation's close to 4 million people support their parliamentary government joining. The EU was called out the Georgian government to clean up rampant corruption and its refusal to impose sanctions on Russia, a major trade partner. Some extra traffic in the streets of Long Beach this weekend as people had to stand for life.
Thousands are expected to walk out for the final day of the California Music Festival on Sunday in Long Beach. Next performers include Ice Cube and The Wind. Plus, the band is back at Lincoln State University tonight. It's the final round of the Genesis Invitational Golf Tournament at Riviera Country Club in Brentwood. Before we can walk out the track itself, we'll pull back. Buying the sky.
Taco Bell and Salt and Straw Ice Cream have partnered up to bring back Klondike Taco Taco. It's been nearly 2 years since the ice cream treat was discontinued, and now it's back. Taco fans, the Taco Taco is expected to return this summer. Right now, we're at Stroll on the 110 in downtown LA.
On the Taco driveway by Seventh Street, you hit the left lane. Not really outside of this side, but north of the very high, but from the district, and told me that I get the Hornets nest, the words were out here, get some rocks around there. I take that very serious. You're talking about upset apple cart, and then you got veins and veins and dollars. It's the market report today. Chief Brand Officer tells us about the advantages of speed of audio production. Growing tech companies.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the need is and bring in content that you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance when you do a PDC. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly with Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
Insight and data you need to grow. Not just the media companies. iHeartMedia is your access. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartMedia.com.
Talks about it.
Southwest weather from KFI, cloudy with a 50% chance of rain tonight. Low to be in the 60s in metro area and coastal. More rain is on the way with highs in the mid-50s on Monday. Lows will reach the low 50s at the beaches and the low 40s in Riverside and Irene. And it's going to get down to the 30s and 40s in the Low Valley. Right now it's 57 in Northwest 50 and 53 in Rancho Springs. So much
We have a history of disinformation and misinformation.
53 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 59 in Westminster. We will go for live on KFI 24 hours. Major and other weather.
It's part of the job. It's part of the job. George said they definitely have physical crowds.
I mean, it's said this I know what people think this is like orchestrated, man. We fought for every millimeter of that hearing, like I personally did to George. And the idea was, what to out to the public that everybody knows this is important to us. I think there are inescapable national security implications for this technology. There is a race for it. We're trying to get it. The Russians are trying to get it. The Chinese are trying to get it. Whoever gets it, they win.
Tactic theory, if you don't know what your attachment style is, take one of those online tests. If you learn a lot, explain all of life to your parents.
I'll just put it that way.
It is how everybody does it.
Texas
Anyway,
during a heat
you go to my social media, you
on
can
the
follow
average
me
day.
on Instagram,
This is the
TikTok,
fucking
wherever you
average
put whatever.
day. This
Ask
is
Dr. Wendy Walsh at
I'm not a
Wendy
curse
Walsh.
words, I'm sorry. This
So,
is the average day, and
here we go. So,
you know, George and I
oh,
work on this every damn day. And
getting ready to go on a first date. Hi, Dr. Wendy. Can I get you into another style dating app? We're supposed to meet up tomorrow for our first date for the first time. He just asked me
it's real estate.
if I'm on birth control.
My wife and I did
Which
some
really
property,
threw
so
me off.
this
Feels like he's trying to see if we're going to have sex without protection.
they say that when you look at things in retrospect,
Am I
hindsight is
overreacting?
2020. Not really the case for me. I always thought I would be
If you want to go hook
a
up with
martial
family,
athlete.
then
Big
you
first
need
was
to serve your perception.
jiu-jitsu
Because that means you have every other woman
that's
if
what I
she's on
love.
birth
I
control
never
or
thought I
not.
would do
So
anything
that
else.
means she's been
Going from,
freewheeling
you know,
without any
martial
kind of
athlete
parent. Okay?
where I am
She's
today
jumping
with
from that
investigative
plane
reporting,
without a parent.
journalism,
Third,
and now at
on
a
the
critical
other
moment,
hand, if you're looking for a long-term relationship, this should be a giant red flag that says, I am never going to go
it's not
back.
something that was planned. So my life is this spectrum for so
Grown and
journey. But I'm
Can you take on
constantly
the meeting?
misidentified.
What up, Anatoly? How you living, pimp? How's Brooklyn? Very cool. She seems nice. Yo, dog, your friend Honcho King this morning, that motherfucker had a story to tell you. Honcho King had a story to tell you. Do you know who Honcho King is? Yo, dog, do you know who Honcho King is? Anatoly. Can you hear me? He just burned you. Do you know who Honcho King is? Wait, stop. He was telling you a story this afternoon. Can you please tell me what this... Dog, can you please tell me what his story was about? Dog, he got so pissed. But he just left the doctor? Dog, so what was his story about? What was his story about? How you living, Sproto, Squirrely Crypto? That is strange. All day. Correct. Okay. What are the lows? Yeah, it definitely starts changing around President's Day. You must go to the gas station 3 times a day. I know. That's hilarious. I thought you were going to fight with me on that one. You're like, no, it's not really that much. It may seem like it's that much, but it's really like once every 3 or 4 days. I'm like, no, it's not. And I'm glad you just concede that one. No, I go more than 3 times a day, dog. That is funny. More. Oh, my go-to of that shit. Gotta be careful because it's gotta be like gotta look for a hechsher or kosher. Go with whatever makes you like. If I were gonna go with something, it's something like really like what do you call it, like a Sour Patch kind of Kid or a gummy worm, like the Trolls. If I'm going with exactly, if I'm going with a chocolate, do you like licorice? How about peanut butter cups? Hell yeah. Are you okay, baby? Did they give you an injection? Did they pull the tooth? Gotcha. Are you covered by Medi-Cal? You're tight. Yeah, you got it. Good choice.
of the UFO
I'll tell you
reality.
that for 3 months or 3 months. To take a minute. I mean, how crazy I was. Oh, that was a compliment? Yeah,
George
but
Dodd,
that
the
was,
first
that got me
Yeah, totally. Did you have a filter on earlier? No,
all
you
my friends
you're
said
looking
that's
really
all I
nice.
needed. I just needed daycare. But I'm like, anybody you need to snatch you up. Hi, and architecture book. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's like, what did you say the other day? It's kind of like what you sit on and everything goes in the office. I turn around and stand up really directionally, second floor.
What you got?
And I said, I'm sure I'm listening to this. It's just, I love this. Literally, like, he didn't care. He was so happy because I'm so happy to see this. Hey, we can talk. A neuroscientist and a psychiatrist. We're doing one person. He's a neuroscientist and a psychiatrist. He is going to talk about why we don't believe superstition. We don't believe it. We have to say. And that's true. Really true. We don't say it all. We can't find it. We like to go to the live where we learn how to do it. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour campaign. See if you can get it. Longer censored posts about plays on the incoming court. However, it was said to be hit harder than everyone else and have a flood watch in effect. Librarians have been told to start pulling books deemed sexually explicit from the children's section of the Huntington Beach Central Library. And the West Covina School District is in big trouble over regular regime inappropriate images on his Catholic site. We're going to see what he's doing in this scenario.
Yeah, just love the doctors. They give you some Vicodin.
Dude, you should fucking rail that shit. Dog, you need to get a mirror, chop that shit up, and rail it. In all honesty, it doesn't work well. There are too many binders in that shit. You just end up giving yourself a big fucking nose clot.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
Wait, mine?
Oh, yeah, I just switched to the phone. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, chicken. Yeah, that's my life. Yeah, I'll just send me yours. Thanks for checking my Instagram, man. That's my squirrely life. Yeah, I wish I would have written a lot more throughout the years. All stored memory. Okay. You'll notice me because I got a Scroto PFP now, and nobody on Instagram knows what the heck I'm talking about.
Agreed. I was gonna say, has anyone ever recognized it? Wow.
Oh my gosh, I should get some. I will once I get some more money. I'll buy some merch and stickers because I do work out with testicles now, so I can get some Harry Potter box on exposure of the testicles. But,
So we called American Vision Windows. They came out right away. These windows board off the cold in the winter, even going back that time. Right now you can get $200 off every window, $400 off every door. American Vision Windows, all the windows are 2025. Please website details on
I have an idea. You want to hear it? If we, I'm not saying this could happen. I mean, like anything within reason. But basically, if we said every single day, every person in here who's in here regularly, like so Vamp and Squirrely and like Tempura and Bob and Passport, even my man Jared from Subway down there. If we all made it a goal that each of us just bring one new person into the Telegram per day, they don't have to stay, but just so they know about it, within a week we probably have like 50 people in here. Course of like given time, and then if all of those people every single day had it spread, within like 2 weeks you'd have the whole world. That's how you know it works when you just keep doubling things. Not that that's necessarily, um, I would say, an accurate prediction of what would happen, but that's all it would take necessarily to basically tell every single person in the world. It just takes one person telling another person every single day, and that person telling another person before the whole world knows about it. Right.
My next guest is Dr. Dave Rabin. He's not only an
We need Passport one of these days to do Trucking Simulator again. That's relaxing as hell. That's amazing. Passport, if you can hear us, get that Trucking Simulator going whenever you can. Same here. It's clear. It had really good sound if you ever listen to it. Right.
You know what I've been wanting to do is that simulation, like GTA, where they take it very serious.
Yeah.
Police, they have like different.
What is that? That role playing simulator for GTA? Yeah, I think that's really cool. I watch people do that on TikTok, and it's always cool to see somebody who has done that job in real life play it. Like a trash, like someone who's like a uh, trash person. They like drive a trash truck in that game. Or I've seen people who are former police officers who just are police officers in that game, and they enjoy it because they take it very seriously. Exactly.
Yeah, she's awesome. She set me up for an interview AMA for my course. So that's great.
That is great. When is that?
We're still talking like to come up with the right date.
Yeah, she's really cool.
It's gonna get this other guy who does it for like his coins and he's scratching them and he's kind of like a middleman.
Yes. Wow. So we've set her up. She's got 4 upcoming podcasts to do with people from this community alone. She got 2 to do with Morelight, 1 to do with you, 1 to do with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna give her some coins. So it's, I think I want her to like at least get something. She's doing a lot of work.
Right. So she can sell it right away publicly. In fact, maybe that might even be like a postscript of the podcast where she's like, yes, you know that part where Anatoly gave me the coin? I've already sold it, and you should too. Thank you for listening to our podcast.
At the very end.
Yeah, exactly. No, man. Honestly, your coin is kind of like a diamond in the rough. I really mean it because it's gonna
It's
pick.
funny. You know why though? Because they don't. It's like they find not something like an influencer, and so nobody wants to like. I feel like it can be like it's hard for people to believe that this guy can just like make a coin in his room for $15. You know what I mean? And get nobody and then potentially like make a multi-million-dollar crypto coin. It's
I,
like that's why I think people fall in all at once in a way because it's kind of slow and everything at once.
I look at your stories basically. You're gonna be able to hopefully ride the coattails of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Clint, or perhaps it's vice versa. Maybe you blow up and we ride your coattails. But I think the odds are just based on the size of the community and the interaction, probably Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Clint, But I mean, I think the same thing. I could blow both of them up. But essentially, the fact that you have,
There's definitely ways to vote with us.
oh, definitely, definitely.
I mean, I
But
get what you mean, but
the
it's a whole different
right,
meta.
but the fact that it's almost as if, and you did it with SPX. It's like we've gotten into these different communities of similar holders, and so we kind of all become friends to some extent. Not like super good friends, but like at least within the community, we know each other, and so it becomes more comfortable, and that makes all the community stronger. So it's almost as if we're not competing; we're like stronger together through an alliance.
Right, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because think about there's what 25,000 different crypto coins. You know, if like let's say five of them like got together and really helped each other,
Exactly, exactly. That'd be a very
all work
powerful
together
alliance.
to be the best.
It'd be a very powerful alliance, and especially if they got their NFTs together, and then it's basically like people would be like, "Oh, dude, I want one of each of those five NFTs for those big coins." That's a really good idea, actually. Is if you could
What
get
I was thinking was, I was just thinking the other day, so I really really too to look at like way to earn, and I'm actually having a competition here in 2 days. It's 10 levels called Angry Banks. You shoot like bitcoins, and but the bitcoins had like buildings and walls inside of them. And so you win $100, you get first place.
you said it's
And
pay to earn.
more pay to earn, like you
Oh,
play and you
play.
get money.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Well, I misheard you.
It's good.
I thought you said pay to earn. So
And
play
it's
to
also
earn.
the same thing as Sproto game, where if you get to like that line, if I have more money, you can hire I can hire help to help me with this, But imagine like you have like depending on like what NFT you have, like Sproto has like a power or something, and the
Very
guy's kind
cool.
of like
Very
throw
unique.
an arcade game where you get to play as your Sproto in a sense to like the best score at the end of the week wins like take a Bitcoin prize of some sort.
Right. Do you know anyone who owns a Board Ape Yacht Club?
I know them, not like homies, but I know them. Yeah,
I mean, but yeah, you don't know anyone. You don't have any friends who own one, do you?
we're not close. No.
What do you think of the Board Ape Yacht Club?
I rather have the crypto punks.
Or that? Yeah. Do you know anyone with a CryptoPunk?
Just like Twitter friends, like I don't know
But
them like
no one in real life.
personally. No.
Yeah, those things are. When I first got on Twitter, yeah, exactly. When I first got on Twitter, like any normal person who doesn't know what an NFT really is, maybe I heard the term, but I didn't recognize that those pictures that people were using as profile pictures were NFTs. I thought they were just pictures that people liked and made their profile pictures. And then to find out that these, like, they're art, and I get that, but it's like it's like a cyberpunk is just like pixel art. Not saying pixel art isn't cool, but it's not very creative. I mean, in its own way, it is. But to find out these things are worth like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of
Bro,
them,
hundreds, millions.
exactly. It's ridiculous. I was in shock. And then I realized, oh, this is a big fucking deal. But if you just get on Twitter as a newbie, you don't know that all of these profile pictures are worth thousands, if not millions of dollars.
is expected to hit the hardest and has a flood watch.
Hey, what's that movie? Is it the Sandler Family?
Officials are issuing evacuation warnings for some
Adam's Family?
Cartoon, Adam Sandler Family.
No, the Adams Family. Wait, hold on. You mean the Adams Family?
The Adams Family, yeah. Wasn't like the wife like this tall guy?
Morticia. Yeah, Morticia.
Yeah, it's kind of shorter.
Yeah, it's Morticia and oh, what's his name? I'll figure it out. Just a moment.
I spell
Morticia. Pardon. Gomez. That's right. Gomez and Morticia, and they had Wednesday, and like, what's the other kid's name? Pugsley. Good job. And then there's Uncle Fester. Did you watch it on Netflix? Yeah, like the Nicole Richie one. I could totally see that. And you're not alone. In fact, I think that's tight. In fact, I think Morticia honestly is a lot of women's fantasy icon. Yeah, exactly. But totally underplayed. Like a lot of people think that women want to be like princesses and queens and things like that, and that's cool. But a lot of them want to be that dark witch kind of lady. Oh, definitely. And it was so interesting how they would play. Exactly, they would play the opposites of things. Like they would have like a really normal child, like they had that one normal kid, or like that would come around, and that was the weird child. When they're all the in contemporary society, they would be seen as the weird ones. They lived on Mockingbird Lane. They're a Latin X family. I can see that. So they were trailblazers. Well, yeah, exactly. Definitely. And made an entire universe of it. What did you think of Olivia? What is that girl's name? Olivia Rodrigo as Wednesday. Wait, is that who played her? Is that who played her? Olivia Rodrigo? Is that her name? Who played Wednesday? Do you think she did a good job? Did they keep the theme song? Oh my word, no way. So they didn't do the da-na-na-na? They did not. Oh, that is. Oh, that's right. It wasn't the Addams Family. That's right. It wasn't the Addams Family. It was Wednesday. So it's a different show. Because that theme is so iconic. It's like it might be one of the top 10 best known television theme songs of all time. It's one of those shows that has had an amazing lasting impact that similar shows haven't had. It's almost like in some ways it gets stronger as the years go on. I mean, the Addams Family movies were big, the Addams Family and Addams Family 2, and I'm sure they made others. And now to have these spin-offs, it just creates more and more depth. Exactly. Now, the guy who played Gomez was, I believe, John Barrymore. I could be wrong. Uh, who is Drew Barrymore's father? I'm gonna look this up, and it was he was played by. He was. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he was played by John Astin, who is Sean Astin's father. You know Sean Astin from The Lord of the Rings. So Sean Astin's parents were Patty Duke and John Astin. So the guy who played Gomez, his son was in Lord of the Rings. Gomez's son is the guy in the Lord of the Rings. And his mom is Patty Duke. Do you know who Patty Duke is? Sure. She had her own show in the 1960s.
I just mentioned this on mobile. He had a picture. He's like a goth girl. He like tall, or she's not tall. 4'11".
Is she a big titty goth girl?
Yeah, exactly. Big titties, 4'11", but she's got like that kind of goth girl vibe. She has like really nice blue eyes. One of her pictures was what's the girl's name again in the movie?
Morticia?
So Morticia's standing there, and then the husband's like kissing her wrist and like, you know what I mean, like worshiping her kind of.
Yeah, like they did in the show.
Yeah, so she's calling me right now. I gotta answer.
All right.
I gave her my number. Said call me. She's like, I'm gonna call you before I go to sleep.
All right.
I appreciate you guys. I hope
You got it. Go get him, Gomez. Excellent. We got Gomez and Morticia on the other line. Anatoly just thanked us for our assistance with this. You heard that, okay? So he's going to return with some information. He'll brief us on what he says. So we have that going for us. Big titty goth girl, man. That is a popular subgenre. So you like monsters and beasts, but not goth? Do you like do you like Swamp Thing? Oh, very cool. That's awesome. That's amazing. What's your favorite superhero? Yes. Okay. I think those might be the best movies. Those are good movies. So, who's your favorite Spider-Man? Tobey Maguire or the other guys?
I think Toby McGuire. I love every time. It's legendary. The first time,
He kisses Kirsten Dunst upside down.
here, but bad, like it's sad.
Like where he catches all that stuff on his tray.
Yeah.
They had to do that scene like 150 times. They didn't use, but they finally got it.
I really enjoy that. Catch that very
Yeah. And that scene where he's upside down is iconic.
Not that I like to say the other one kind of like that, but it's
Yeah, it's like a first love. There you go. Squirrely Crypto, can you hear us? Do you watch any television while on the road? Well, that's what I was. Hold on, you're absolutely right. I was kind of wondering, like, there's no point, but maybe he does. I don't know. Do you stream stuff? Like documentaries and stuff? Or podcasts? Um, do you, how do you have data? Wow. And you have an unlimited plan and it covers everything? Through California Lifeline? Hell yeah, man. That's smart as fuck. It's a really nice program. Do you have one device or two devices through that program? You know they'll give you a tablet for free as well? Yeah, they are. And it's like they'll here's what is the thing. There's like it's a free program, but then they always want to give you add-ons and shit. It's like I don't want a cell phone bill. That's why I'm enrolled in this. Oh, mine are still SIM cards. So you're right, you can. I would get it for an Android device and throw it in an iPhone and it would work. And you could also get it, you could get multiple at one time, like I don't know, 8 years ago when I moved here, or like 7 years ago. You could get like 2 or 3 devices if you were just enrolling in the program. Because there were multiple companies that would do it. Has quick data. Oh, how do you do that? Really?
Yeah, just you launch like your Wi-Fi from your phone, and you turn on like Wi-Fi from your computer, and they connect to each other.
That's tight. So that's big. So you can basically make your phone a hotspot and connect your computer. And connect your computer. Are you warm enough at night? Do you have like a sleeping bag? So you're really comfortable. That's tight. Do you ever get hot in the summer? I bet it's a lot easier to sleep in the winter than the summer, isn't it? Most of the time. Well, depending on how cold it is, right? Right. It's much different spending the winter, the north versus the summer.
Feature where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens. A feature without long contracts and constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers have never seen the price go up in over 5 years. A feature without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, we'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute.
Do you know if you're still
Hopefully you'll never have to call because there are versions.
That's the $1,000,000 question. Perhaps. We're going to play it day by day. You better be careful. You better be careful. I might come follow you to Arizona, so you might have to scoot over. We'll just stream our lives 24/7. I mean, it's something you could probably do if you had a couple other SIM cards. I'm not saying I don't recommend it because here's what would happen to you. You would start streaming and then like 2 or 3 days would go by and you would run out of data and they would throttle you and you wouldn't be able to stream anymore. So no, even then I use that card myself. And if you stream too much, they'll throttle you. Meaning you can still use your phone, but it's very slow. And when you go to stream on Instagram, it'll just say pause due to poor connection. If you can figure it out, let me know. I think there's a caveat in that program. In fact, I know there is. It's I think it's 25 gigabytes of high-speed data per month. But then after that, they can throttle you. Something like that.
I don't know. I have T-Mobile right now, which is pretty. And I like this month because it's my own device. But yeah, they have stuff.
Oh, so you have 2 devices?
No, just my. I have a dual SIM card.
Oh, nice.
One's my AT&T card and then one's a T-Mobile.
Right. Dog, I cannot believe I had a visitor today. That is fucking crazy.
Hopefully more to come.
God willing, my man.
I'll definitely go to
You listen to KFI. Clearly, you're interested in what's going on, and you want the whole story.
You're not alone. The KFI audience is influential, affluent, and well-educated.
If you're a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing, KFI AM640 can help you reach your goals and connect with new customers.
Squirrely. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? Hell yeah, you're smart. Hell yeah, baby. You're smart. Are you excited Joe Rogan's coming back to YouTube? No. So here's what happened. He went to Spotify. He went he, he went to Spotify, so he wouldn't upload his shows to anything but Spotify because that's with whom his contract was. But now he signed a new contract. His first contract was 250 million. His second contract was 250 million. But the stipulation with this contract is that he gets to use different. Uh, he gets to host it on different platforms. So that means he can put it on YouTube. He can put it on iHeartMedia's app. He can put it on Apple Music. So it's going to allow his audience to continue to grow. I feel like, look, I understand why he went to Spotify, but it kind of stagnated his growth, in my opinion. He was growing exponentially, he was growing hugely. And then he signed this Spotify deal and he made a whole bunch of money. But his growth for the last 3 years or whatever, I feel, has somewhat stymied. So hopefully, this will allow that growth to continue. I'm not saying he didn't grow or that he doesn't have the biggest podcast in the world. He certainly does. However, there's a difference between getting to your average citizen, and your average citizen probably doesn't have access to Spotify, but they do to just a YouTube video. Does that make sense? Do you know who Theo Vaughn is? Dude, you're the man. So you know that whole Joe Rogan crew, right? Like the Death Squad, the whole. Basically, everybody's on this podcast regularly. I like that crew. They're funny. They seem like down to earth people. I mean, honestly, sometimes I listen to this podcast, and I know other people say this as well. But when no one's here, it's like you're hanging out with your friends. Not that I'm interacting with them. I'd much rather talk to real people. But that's kind of what podcasting is. They're just having discussions and telling stories, and it's entertaining. So you know who Lee the Flying Jew Syat is? Okay, that's all right. So Uncle Joey Diaz, has a show, or had a show, called The Church of What's Happening Now. Do you know what that is? That's his podcast. So Joey Diaz had a podcast called The Church of What's Happening Now, and his co-host is a guy named Lee Syat, and Lee and Joey are hilarious. Why are they hilarious? Because that's all right. So Joey, as you know, is a blue comic. I mean, he's a dirty comic. He'll talk about, munching a girl's box and getting his salad tossed all in the same sentence. And Lee is like a really naive Jewish guy from Boston. So you basically have this like Cuban American blue comic and this like really naive guy. And they make just a funny combination. You would think so, but no, Lee's short and fat. And Lee, admittedly, is the world's worst Jew. He's like, as Joey Diaz says, he's so removed from the laws of being Jewish that he's just like almost on the edge. But he is he just has a nice heart. He's a nice person seemingly, and they have a very funny podcast. So we're watching it right now. And to be honest with you, this is a really good combination of different comics. So you've got Joey Diaz, who truthfully was born in Cuba, but grew up in New York/New Jersey, and grew up in like Italian neighborhoods. So he's not that Cuban. He is. I don't want to take away his heritage by any means,
But a lot of times people think he's Italian because he literally was raised by Italian people after his mother died. So he plays a lot of Italian mafia guys in movies. Do you know what the movie The Many Saints of Newark is? It was a Sopranos prequel that came out a couple of years ago. So there was a movie. It's called The Many Saints of Newark, and it didn't get a lot of love, but I like mafia movies, and I thought it was pretty good. And Joey Diaz was it, but he doesn't play a Cuban guy. He plays an Italian mobster, and you can't tell the difference. Meaning, like, he looks so Italian, and his mannerisms are Italian. So you've got this New York, New Jersey focus. Then Lee is like from Boston, but even being from Boston, Lee is from like he's not from Boston. He's from like a couple hours outside of Boston. So he's from like the suburbs. And so he's different. Basically, Joey grew up very urban. Lee grew up very suburban. And then you have Theo Vaughn, who grew up rural. Basically, Theo Vaughn is from New Orleans. He's not from New Orleans. He's from Mandeville. Um, Basically, he's from like 45 minutes to an outside, 45 minutes to an hour outside of New Orleans, and um, he grew up like in a really poor situation. None of these guys grew up really rich, I would say, but it gives you a different kind of comedy of different parts of the United States. You get New York, you get the South, and you get Boston. And I really like that when you have different comedians from different areas and you put them together. I think it generally works pretty well because you get just different accents, you get different perspectives. It's funny. So let me be honest with you. That's with Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redman, right? And they do those. If I understand correctly, you have 1 minute. Anybody can do it. You have 1 minute to make people laugh. That's it, right? Right. So I have watched like highlights, but to be honest with you, I've never watched the whole thing. Is it good? I I think it's a really interesting perspective. Basically, give us your absolute best 1 minute. Go, make us laugh. And then if you can, then you move on, and you might have a chance at featuring for someone and then maybe headlining someday. And if you can't, okay, well, it was just an hour of your or a minute of your time. It's not like you wasted anybody's time in a major way, and you tried. So nobody can hurt you for that.
I think maybe he was supposed to sing right, but then one time, bro. One time I do remember this. I'm driving back from Go do it.
Hell yeah.
This is how I kind of got into
Hell yeah.
but this is the first time I've really spoken in front of people. My dad would get people to
So they do the Kill Tony show in Austin now, don't they? It used to be in LA, right? Yeah. So it used to be at the Ice House in Pasadena, California. Yeah, now it's in the Comedy Mothership in Austin.
That's true. So I'd be on the table. My dad would have me on.
Anatoly was just there like 2 weeks ago. No, yeah, but he didn't go inside, so I don't think he's too cool. I'm not making fun of him. It's just he's not really into comedy. 'Cause I was like, oh my god, you were there? He's like, yeah, I think so. I'm like, wait, you would know if you were at Joe Rogan's comedy club. They just built it in Austin. He's like, yeah, I was outside, but I think he said he went inside, but it was like he's like, I just saw some people, wasn't there for a long time, but apparently they have 2 rooms. They have they're called Little Boy and Big Big Brother or something. Little boy and Big Boy or something. Whatever the names were of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or um, little boy. Batman and little boy. You got it 100%. Good job, Squirrely. Why are you Squirrely, Crypto? Do you like squirrels? Is squirrel? Do you like squirrels? I like squirrels. I think they're cool animals. Are you a squirrel or squirrely? Do you like Rocky from Rocky and Bullwinkle? Because wasn't Rocky a flying squirrel? Which I guess is different. I guess it's different. I'm trying to think. What is the most famous squirrel there is? What the fuck is that?
Norse squirrel god.
Oh, okay. Damn, that's a good one. But I mean, are there any cartoons of a squirrel? Like, if you were to say who's the most famous mouse, it'd be like Mickey Mouse. But there's even like
Ratataskar, Norse, yeah, Norse. Ratataskar is a squirrel who runs up and down the world trying to carry messages between eagles over topics.
dude, I want the Speedy Gonzalez version of a squirrel. Famous squirrels. What's a famous squirrel?
Squirrel, Conker's Pet Foamy the squirrel.
No, it's got to be a cartoon. Here you go. Here you go. There's Scrat from the Ice Age film series. Sandy Cheeks from SpongeBob SquarePants, and Slappy Squirrel from Animaniacs. Oh, dude, they're the Chipmunks. So that's close enough. I mean, the Chipmunks, that's a whole universe. The Chipmunks universe is huge. Wait, I agree with you. No, you're right. I agree with you. But I was trying to think, like, this is a big part of biology that is being neglected by the cartoon world. But I understand. If you have very famous chipmunks, there's no need to have a very famous squirrel, especially if there's a very famous flying squirrel in Rocky. It's like you don't need a normal squirrel. You have the chipmunks if you want a normal kind of rodent, and if you want a squirrel that's at all outlier, then you have a flying squirrel in Rocky. That's a good point too. I love the Sword in the Stone. That's a, right.
I like this little bit about Ratataskar again. It says Ratataskar is a squirrel who travels the ancient tree on the death of Dars. He brings messages. Yeah, Dars. He brings messages back and forth through the realms. It was to be an outlet to learn the traveler.
I get a cell phone till 2000.
Yo, dog. I have, since we were talking about cartoons, I have to just say a cartoon that I really love, that I feel is very underappreciated, is Lady and the Tramp, and I just wanted everybody to know that. I haven't either, but there's this certain like, I don't know, it's just really innocent to me that they live in this like Victorian neighborhood. They have absolutely no worries. I mean, they're dogs, whatever. Very few worries. I just really like that movie. What's your favorite Disney movie, Bam? What's your favorite Disney movie? Squirrely, same question to you. Think about it. What's your favorite Disney movie? Disney. Wait. Let me be specific. It has to be a Disney cartoon, and it can't be a Pixar like 3D. It has to be traditional animation. So basically, I'm saying any Disney movie that has a Disney princess or a Disney kind of story in it, but it can't be a 3D Pixar. Okay, that counts. So the 90s version of the Hercules movie. Very cool. Do you have a favorite Disney princess? Who worked at Disney? No way. Disney in Germany? The collection? Ooh. Yeah. Squirrely, how about you? What's your favorite? Oh, you said Hercules. What is your?
I don't know. Wait, was Robin Williams' book? Was that just? Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites.
I'm thinking about this while you're telling me that, so I'm like, that when you say so.
I like that one. I love that movie. That movie's phenomenal.
That's when the universe like starts to give you things.
Bambi is, you learn so much from it at a young age.
That's kind of, is that the difference between some people and other people?
I got a cool story. So I love this movie. Great thing, but
Oh yeah, with Kevin Costner.
Yeah, it's so bad. I love it. But it's also so good.
It was so expensive.
There's something inherent in certain types of people that are then like, okay, I'll put this on the line and still.
At the time, it was the biggest blockbuster bomb in history and had the biggest budget flop in history. And the reason why was because they really filmed it on water, and water's so unpredictable when filming, it made it very expensive. Exactly. That's what Bam. And truthfully, that's what they learned from that movie, and that's why everything started going to green screens, because they realized if we start doing this stuff and we really get deep into debt while doing a movie, we have to finish the movie, and then there's like basically no way to make it profitable, and we're gonna lose money no matter what happens. So if we're able to do it with a green screen, and let's say something doesn't work, it's very easy to edit that out, and we didn't have to, spend a whole bunch of time and money on it. What is it?
Like, so I really love that movie as a kid. Like, I think I'm still gonna get the map of Dryland tattoo. But yes, I loved that movie as a kid, and when they finally get to the end, to Dryland and stuff, I always said to the kids like, "Oh, I'm gonna go there, and like go to Dryland." And then flash forward, like I'm living
In the desert.
just running around Hawaii in my 20s and stuff, and then I'm living in this place called Whitefield Valley for a while. Then I realized, oh wait a minute, this is where the movie was shot.
Oh, was it?
Was it?
Was it? Right where you were?
Yeah, Whitefield Valley.
That's amazing. So basically, you had the art imitating life, basically, kind of moment, almost like you found dry land in your own way.
I thought about, as a kid, I thought about going there in the 20s or years, and I didn't realize that was where he shot it. I was like, oh, wait a second.
That's tight. I think Dennis Hopper did a really good job in that movie too. The Enemy.
Yeah, he was really good.
He has like one eye, doesn't he? Honestly, I saw that movie. I've only seen it once, and I saw it at a friend's birthday party when we were like maybe, I don't know, 12 years old or something, and it's a PG-13 movie, so we had to go in with a parent, and it was for my friend's birthday, and we all went. I mean, it's like a really good memory. You know what I mean? Like, of just pure innocence, where I had no worries in the world, but watching a movie just takes you back. Where did you see it first, Squirrely? Okay. Bam, who is your favorite Disney princess? Hold on. And I'm going to give you two options. The first option is it can be like interesting Disney princesses like Ursula and like, anti princesses and stuff. And then my second point of this is you have to choose a traditional one, like Pocahontas, Sleeping Beauty, that kind. So, who is your favorite Disney princess? And it doesn't have to necessarily be the traditional kind. It can just be any Disney female character, basically. And then, who's your favorite traditional princess?
Okay, I'm gonna go first.
Ariel from Little Mermaid? Oh, very cool. Now, Ariel, when she's so hot. Dude, she's so hot. And then when they make her ugly, she's hot. You know what I mean? When they make her like gray or whatever. Like, what happens when she loses her voice or whatever? Oh wait, hold on. No, something happened. Oh, I remember what it was. Hold on. She doesn't turn ugly. Ursula turns into a beautiful girl who like is like an uglier version of a pretty. You know what I mean? It's like she's like Yeah, so it's Ursula who does it. Okay, so you could choose that Ursula princess as well, but I understand. So you pick Ariel. Now, my question is this: do you pick Ariel with a tail or Ariel with legs? Hell yeah, girl. Good for you. So you want OG classic Ariel with Sebastian and Flounder? Hell yeah, girl. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. You want that. You want that seashell bra. You want to sleep under the sea. You want all that stuff. That's oh, that'd be really cool. And it has an amazing soundtrack as well. So you'd be able to play all the instruments and everything. Okay, so oh wow. Okay. Right. So let me ask, if you were watching this movie as a German child, they would play it all in German and have all the songs in German, and they would just change the lyrics, but the lyrics wouldn't rhyme because they weren't intended to, like they rhyme in English, correct? Oh, they change it to a rhyme. Okay, so not only do they find a similar theme. Okay, so not only do they pick a similar phrase, but they also make sure that the German rhymes as well. Perfect. I understand. That is fascinating. So then the songs become really popular as well. It's not like you're singing a song and none of it rhymes and you don't understand why you're singing it. It's like, no, it makes sense in our language as well. Oh, cool. Oh, very cool. So you actually get three, you actually were exposed perhaps to three different versions of each Disney song: the English, the German, and the Austrian, correct? Interesting. Now, I in The Little Mermaid, I remember when I saw it, I was like maybe 4 years old or something. I was small. Um, so I don't remember then, but I do remember as like the Ursula becomes kind of ugly lady, but when she is like a girl, I always thought that, or when she becomes pretty, I always thought that that was a very interesting Disney. It's not a Disney princess. I don't know how to describe it. A Disney anti, like antagonist, I guess, or whatever. But basically, you very rarely have a Disney antagonist that is attractive for any period of time, and so that one is. Um, what is your what are your thoughts on 101 Dalmatians? That's true. What is your opinion? Oh, so aristocrats. The rescuers down under. Do you have your own distinct German Disney films? Well, I've been learning that Disney is branching out into like more specific country Disney princesses. I know Israel's getting. Oh yeah. Are you a fan of Frozen? Are you a fan of Frozen? Because you were older, probably. It's just not your story. Oh, okay. That's true. Do you like? Do you like the gold? I was. Go ahead. You were saying basically today's Disney films almost have a message, like a woke message alongside them. Into a right. So now, are you a fan of the golden age of Disney? Like, at least of the '90s. It's not necessarily the golden age. I guess golden age would be like Snow White and all of that. But essentially, you had like this period of the Little Mermaid. So you're of course a fan of that. But then you had Aladdin and you had The Lion King. Big fan. Those are big. I think. Well, you also had Beauty and the Beast. I think you had The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, The Lion King, and then like Pocahontas. Okay. Did you like The Hunchback of Notre Dame? I think that's a beautiful movie as well. Like the animation in it. Same with The Lion King. I remember when they made that, what a spectacle it was. I could see that. I'll be right back. Right here.
I also like Oliver.
Man, I'm out there. We're taking the kids. I got nieces and nephews, you know, they're little tigers and all kinds of shit, you know. Costumes.
And
I'm taking them. You have, you know, a couple of their brothers running by like
sure that was
a bunch of code at the house.
what's the other one?
I got coke. I got fucking drywall. One of that drywall. Like, find that at night.
Oh, it freaked me the fuck out. I want to see. And I respond. Yeah, look at me now. But it's funny when you
Every time that happens, they don't come. Mike, what's his name, had a club down there. My buddy Tommy Pancos was the DJ over there, and then he ended up being the that street.
No one definitely died. That's why the castle doesn't die. At the end, yeah, the castle fell out.
Andy Dick tried to blow me at the casino there, right? Then how about this? 3 years later, I'm back there again. Andy Dick's there shooting something in. Over the movie at the casino. He forgot it all 3 years earlier. That's all you know. What a small world, you know?
Peter Pan? Yeah,
And a girl, you know, little hit thing. So he paid you with that pussy to switch it out for his own. And that was like his early music. And then one comes or something wild or something. And then you come over, you know, like thinking about her pussy or thinking about her tits or something. And when you're doing that, suddenly he's there, and then they're talking about like a threesome or something. And then she goes to get, you know, get something, you know, chicken salad or something. And then you're fucking sitting there with him, you know, you're like, fuck this shit. I'm not doing this. I'm not fucking out here looking for samples for fucking $2 an hour, you know. You should have called me a fucking decade ago, bro. And tied a chain to my back, you know. Bro, he'll fuck you like a Sean on fucking on that. Yeah, I don't know. He got a beautiful son. Now his son is a nice kid, Sonny Lucas or whatever his name is. Yeah, but the son is the son of a old tri-city comedy. And this dick is super nice. And he's actually pretty funny. I don't know if he still does it. And I'm not judging. I don't know if everybody's funny in their own world. Sexual battery. I don't know, but I'm fucking into Jordans too. I'm sure. I'll tell you that, dude. I mean, they were AAA batteries. I saw it there, bro. the kind of dick you can see on one plane. It's like some dicks you gotta go like, oh, you gotta almost look at both sides to see how big city, but this thing, more like South Africa. So I don't know. I'm not like that. If somebody wants to be more out there on drugs, I'm not up for it. You know, here's what works for me. No, I'm out, bro. What if they were like a world champion or something? I still would know. Like there's some fucking, you know, some guy who sells, you know, salads or something. Oh, you like no, not yet. Because I'm trying to travel off of there. When I'm big, I don't know. I just don't like it. Yeah. Can I bring you with me? I don't know. That's one thing.
They're sharp, aren't they? They're like porcupines, aren't they? How are they as pets? You could just ask girls, hey baby, you want to see my hedgehog? And she'd be like, what are you talking about? And just show her pictures. Baby, you want to see the hog or you want to see the hedgehog?
Don't get so greedy with them. Still have to figure out that the best channel is people want very ransom items, right? So all of them just
And there's a lot of actors hiding those men still. And then,
they get their
the gavel starts to fall and affects you with pocketbooks and shit that they, or they realize their money's safe, they don't try to find
look how big with them have.
One thing that I started to notice when it was, there's a lot of comedians out there that start to use it as a, not even comedians. I mean, I guess there's just, it's uncomfortable. You start to feel like, and I just try to trust my instincts. I know a lot of women are, taking advantage of. I know a lot of men get objectified by women as well these days. People don't want to talk about that, And that sounds like kind of a bitch thing to say, but, there's a lot of women out there using men as they see fit as well, different things. And, like this business. And so I don't like it when you get a lot of these, fancy ladies saying, oh, feminism this and feminism that, but they're just selling books and bullshit to you. You know what I'm saying? They're just peddlers. They don't give a fuck about anything but themselves. And that's one thing I hope technology will like tell people's hearts. Like I look at one point like a Fitbit or a Fitbit that tells you whether that person actually has any genuine care and such. I think that's what technology will really help us. Because right now we're out here fucking around. I'm sure guys can take it cell phone and everything, all of this shit on the internet. Just, rock got status and technology and all stuff learning about this shit. But the Me thing was two stuff. It was two. I just want to get this point. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Girls started asking me, can I come on the road with you to open the door? Right? And I was afraid to let them come with me because I don't trust, that's what that I don't do because I've always tried to value women. Yes, I'm sure I've objectified women before sexually, just for sex or had sexual interest, like some of my thoughts. I think some of that's the way of being a man. If I see a woman, my first thought is like I'm gonna, buy her a house and just think about her always. Some of my thought is my dick. That's nature. That's Mother Nature puts some of your brain. And like what it gets me is like now it's like a fast way. And I come to the teacher for you. It's like, I get very scared. Like I love it. Like 2 years ago, I'd been like, yeah, I get it. Like I don't know the issue. Right? I'm not gonna try to fuck this girl. I respect her as an artist. But now I'm like, what if this girl has some crazy intentions? It makes me second guess that. Yeah, Kate, I was you. Yeah. So,
I don't play that shit at all. I know it's like the daughter, and I remember when it was like 1 day on kids, I was thinking about this kid. So I could not stand it.
Disneyland visitors
You know, I mentioned my neighbor,
for a few minutes at a
Chelsea.
time. City market spend
The
several
first
months
time I met Chelsea, I went
after Disney gave up
the
its idea
sexual
of haunted ocean liner
Tried
in
to
the
cut
early
it.
1990s,
She was
it ripped out all of the imaginary
She
technology
was
from
gorgeous.
these
I knew
recordings
that at that time.
and locked it
She
up
was
for good.
doing drugs.
The
She was
only
over there.
I was the
Drugs.
what had happened from unfinished and was going on. Over time,
Crazy.
the and the rumors of the Queen Mary blessing, the technology one of the scariest parts of the trip.
Stop
It
trying to be
also
funny.
believed to have contributed to those sightings claims from guests
I'm
of
a
the
fucking
trip.
asshole.
Whether you believe the Queen Mary really saved the place depends on whether you believe in the same anymore.
I'm down the block from the chicken place.
You can stay in your contact for overnight.
Comedy Union. It's had to be 1990. And I was out there.
Yeah, that must be cool. It should be 10.
And I see Chelsea. Chelsea had was fucking banging. So we started talking. She tells me about it. She's very sweet to me.
If you drop someone like the
I know she's great.
And I said, it's a conversation. It's going to rock and coke. And let me impress you. Shit, I'm pretty sure I'm
You know, I think it's like
Byron had
my balls again. Every hand of the photo.
Chelsea had the ball.
Although the
That's
exotic
what she had the ball. She goes to the store and brand new spot. Fucking brand. But I never met her before. I never met her before. I saw her. And we started talking. Then she started talking about cocaine and shit. And next thing I know, Chelsea, I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah, let's go somewhere and do some law. She was like, what the
However,
fuck?
Trinity College has a strict rule against
Get the fuck out of here.
campus.
Disgusting.
And
You're
given
not
what
set
our
up.
college design for rules
I just,
and Byron
I was just
deal breaker, or is there anything
person.
else?
And I didn't know I was
Byron's
doing
wild
well.
dog
Until
by
this
in the
day, can't mention my name. It's fucking hysterical. I don't realize
The thing is how Trinity College did not have that explicit rule
I just asked them,
preventing
sure,
being
I'm sorry.
Hey, you can change the
Byron's fought for
Yeah,
his
but you're on
life.
cocaine, man.
And
From
what are
98
you?
to 2000,
Just like that,
carried
you
like
bring it to
97,
the campus with an
96.
animal that was far
And
away
that was all I
from
had. I was the handsome guy. So I was just telling him, man, I'm going to go to this.
well, it's all
Yeah,
rumors
I was
here
saying,
today,
talk to
really.
me all night.
They say he acquired the secret from the Sturbridge Fair or from a traveling university. But the matter is,
It's that one.
oh
God, dude, I'm about to go on with you. Dude, you said it's that one right now. Ten women will say that. One of
sadly,
you
we
take
don't
me
know
over.
what happened to this
Yeah.
when Byron
So it was crazy.
Fuck that box.
It's rocks. They fucking crazy. Oh, dude, that was crazy. So I remember, yeah, man. And she, yeah, I remember she came into I was working at some club over there. They used to have that. When I moved to town, man, I really started doing comedy in Los Angeles. You know, when I really think about it, like, I think the first time I ever went up on stage was in New Orleans, but after that, I just happened to be out here. I came out here with my buddy, and then next thing you know, I had comedy. I ended up living with my friend.
Yeah, but we
And
need
kind of
to
down the street from my house, San Vicente. And so they had a place over there. That guy with the wooden legs, TJ's White Boys that come, Mark Franco. And TJ somebody messaged me real quick. It's different TJ. But
a few kind of
they do live 2 blocks away, so I walked down there on Wednesday night. So, but anyway, go out over there westward, Chelsea, Chelsea wasn't like famous or she was kind of popular. She was a comedian, so I was like a real amateur. And yeah, I just didn't like how we did her show one time, and she wouldn't even look at me. She just treated me. And then on social media and stuff, like social media is not a good way to judge somebody, but some other people do. And she doesn't seem to have any empathy. There's something about her that makes me seem like she's just disconnected. Yeah. Just one time, she wouldn't look at me. She would talk to me, but wouldn't look at me. And she just made me feel, I don't know, she made me feel like, well, you're nervous, and I already got nervous, and I already, the industry, like, it's never going to get much. This industry can never get much. It's crazy to me. You're just getting a show over there. Or I don't want to talk about that. Or an opportunity. It's like, it's crazy. It's like, just. But anyway, I've always had that little bit of chip on my shoulder, maybe. But yeah, she just made me feel like I wasn't funny or I wasn't good enough. Stuff like that. Something nice. Excitement. Instead, it was like she's just kind of like this star, this thing. But now, to me, I have this vision of her. This could be wrong, of like a lonely, older woman in like a castle with all this money, and she's just lonely. And I don't want anybody to end up that way. And that could just be me thinking that way to make myself feel better. That I feel like she didn't mean me. But she seems like a real cunt to me. So whatever. Get something else. Watching something. Celebrate. We got to the Vegas. Took a cruise together in Vegas. Wow. Gave me $5. That's the last time. Wow. That's how great you guys are going to be. They do it out of the gate. They do it out of the gate. So get out. That's amazing. I was in prison so long. I struggled for so long as a human being. That no matter what I throw at me now, shame. Yeah. I'm done. You already made me totally happy. Crazy when I was made up to 32. Yeah, 33, 34. Yeah, I would have done it different crazy. I would have done drug crazy at that age. But I always knew what I was. I was crazy this time. It's not going one day off. It did too much. But it's like needing some more. I always stress that because one day you're going to do that. See how bad you feel. It doesn't mean
Sweet dreams, baby. We'll see you in the morning. Take care. Let's have breakfast together, okay? Excellent. We'll see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams.
I shot the show, one episode, and I feel bad. Like I shot one scene on one show, and I feel like an asshole. So you didn't shoot the show. Now they look what is your purpose? What is your fucking purpose? You look like a fucking idiot. Yeah. Free food, whatever. You don't move on the show. You're not being that fucking place. You're not being that place. You ask me this other question. Yeah, I didn't realize that. If you're 65 or older like me, you're an inside trip. What's the game plan? I know that. He's not ready. I know. Yeah. He's 2 years away. Why not? Smoke perception. That's very true. Perception. I never told him to do that. He's always like, now the rest is up there. Yeah. He's 2 years away. Stepping on stage. Because needs to go and zone down. Go to places to Kentucky. All the places they've ever seen.
Down, brother. You can do blackface with your tuners up there. Don't you guys get that?
No, I think I never heard of that. I'll hold off on this fucking fried chicken thing. I ain't got enough blackface. 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 It's just like making Kelly blackface. And things out there in the fucking blackface.
I just think I'm going to do it.
I'm gonna hold off on that one.
Yeah,
I would not be doing many things.
you're in the
It was the first guy that hit me out of the car in 40 years. First time I got taken out, and that wasn't my
Everybody has
but it was terrible.
they can do that.
It was.
His name was Todd Jordan. He took me out.
Something we can break out at our shake party.
Anatoly, you're gonna have some rain in about 4 days. You're gonna have some rain in about 4 days. I think so. Because we get rain here and it usually hits you like 3 or 4 days later. All right. They said that last time though, and you did get rain. So I'm not exactly sure. Dog, if Honcho King comes in here, should I tell him to wait to tell us this story until you're prepared, or can he start in advance? Dog. Oh my God. Now, you have to understand, Honcho King, if you're listening to this, just go back and listen to yourself and tell me what the fuck you were saying. I listened to him. I know. I'm just saying, like in the future, if he ever's listening to this, Honcho King, I am here as a support pillar if you need help. But man, you were pissed off this morning about something and no one knew what. In addition, you were telling us about a story about something and no one knew what that was either. And I want the best for you. And I want Anatoly to completely understand about what your story was. Like, honestly, I listened to him more than anyone today, I'm sure. And his story was literally this. Be like, yeah, so this girl, yeah, she knew this guy, and this guy got some weed. And then this other guy was like, you got some weed? And then the girl was like, yeah, he's got some weed. And then the guy was like, I wasn't talking to you. And then the girl was like, well, I wasn't talking to you. And then the other guy was like, hey, I got that weed. And everybody there was like, oh, you got that weed? And the girl was like, I thought that you were talking to me. And literally, that was the whole story for 2 hours. I was like, oh my God, what in the fuck is this? And I feel badly because I'm like, if I mute him, I don't know. What if he says something to me that's important? So then he says to me after literally an hour and 15 minutes of him saying this, he goes, so what do you think about that, Rabbi? And I'm like, that's really interesting. He's like, well, I want to give you a chance to talk. And I was like, all right, well, I just wanted you to know that I appreciate you telling me your story. And I'm just listening, so feel free to continue with your jive. And he's like, all right, I will. Then this girl was like, yo, I got that weed. And then this other guy was like, you don't have that. And then he just went into his story for another 45 minutes until other people came here and they were like, what is going on in here? You know. So I'm going to just have him, really, I'm going to be honest with you. It would be rude if he started without you. So I'm going to have him, maybe we should have him begin the story, but then once you get there, we'll have him start over. So you have the privilege and the benefit of hearing it from the start. Excellent.
I used to be nervous not coming here. I used to be nervous not, like, there's some comedians that still make me kind of nervous. Money always look up to, see
Do you consider Hancho King your best friend?
Several times. I think we have the same kind of personalities.
You guys are cut from the same cloth. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's hard for me to discern when Hancho King is here versus when Anatoly's here, and vice versa. When you are here versus when Hancho King's here, because you're just basically of one mind. I mean, when I hear you and I hear Hancho King and I hear you tell a story and I hear Hancho King tell a story, it's almost as if you were twins separated at birth. One comes is just the only way I can discern any type of difference, and I have to be honest here, is the clarity with which Hancho King tells a story is slightly better than yours. Yes, I understand it when you tell a story, but it isn't extremely clear to me until Hancho King tells me the story. That's right. You can sink your teeth into a story with this man. He's a walking thesaurus. The man is a living lexicon. Good. You know what? And that's why I said it. Most of the talent went to him. And I knew I could say without offending you, because really, it's like when you, right, it's family. And when you have such a talented sibling, it's as if you know from the beginning that you're always going to play second fiddle to that person. I agree. Absolutely. Are you going to start a cryptocurrency with Hancho King? And I'm sure that's on you. I'm sure that's on you. Right? You know I'm always on you about that. It's done. That bitch is done. But yeah, you're over here procrastinating. Hancho King's talking about getting this coin going. You're over here like, Hancho, maybe we should talk more about this. Hancho King's over here just making decisions, making moves. I imagine so. And you know what? He's just a top-notch individual, a quality individual. You know his mind, his head is on straight, and you really can put all your confidence in him and say, here are the keys to the car. Drive as you wish. Well, to be honest with you, Hancho King, if Hancho King, you ever hear this, I don't know what you were saying, but I hope that you find peace in the world. And if I can ever help you, let me know. And I don't want to harp on you too longly because I don't know. Everybody's got their own issues, and maybe you have your own issues, but we had no idea what the fuck you were saying. And you were so impassioned with your statements that it became quite humorous. So just watch the tape, Hancho King, and maybe you'll understand what we're saying. And I will just be honest with you. I say that because Hancho King couldn't come back and watch this and be like, dude, these motherfuckers started ripping on me. I was having a bad day, yada, yada, yada. But in reality, I don't understand what the fuck you were saying, though.
I'm noticing, like, so I'll go out after the first show, right? And there's a line, like you say, there's 150 people wanting to say, hey, want to meet me, and I want to meet them. But then by the end of that, I am so, like, just exhausted emotionally, bro, that then it's like the second show, I find myself being more temperamental.
Rumble Pack, how you living, pimp? We got Rumble Pimp in. We got Rumble Pack in this bitch. You living like a pimp, baby? Hell yeah. And we've got Pass Munch. We got Rumble Pack and Ass Munch. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Dog, Ass Munch. Did you know that I met Apollo 13 today in real life? No, he came and saw me. Oh my God, it was amazing. He brought me pizza. We had a pizza party picnic in the park. It was perfect. And we talked about TR-3B, advanced propulsion, the SR-71, the B-2 bomber, the F-117 Nighthawk, the U-2 spy plane, everything. We talked about aliens and alien races. We enjoyed pizza in the park. I live streamed it for 2 hours on Instagram, and we were also on Telegram. It was really, I would tell you, it was the perfect interaction I've ever had with someone. Like it was a total heterosexual thing, but if it were a first date, it would have been a perfect first date. Definitely. Top shelf individual. Look, I'm going to tell you what, I added it up. Over the course of just 1 year, it's hundreds of thousands of people who have been on my stream at least some point. And a lot of them say, hey, I'm going to come check you out. I'm going to come see you. And I'm always like, okay, feel free. Here's my address. None of them picked me up on it. He's the one person who ever did. And we had a really enjoyable time. We spent 2 hours together and we enjoyed pizza. We had some laughs, talked about cryptocurrency, talked about the community. I mean, like literally, I could tell you that I could easily be very good friends with him outside of the cryptocurrency community. He's such a nice guy. And he just really made my day. So shout out to my friend Apollo, wherever you are, my friend. And it was such a surprise. This is how I awoke this morning. Rabbi, 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 Rabbi. And I'm like, motherfucker, shut the fuck up. I am trying to sleep. And it's Rabbi, 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 Rabbi. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, what do you want? And he's like, I'm going to bring you a pizza today. And I'm like, who in the fuck is this? Why are you saying that? He's like, what kind of pizza do you want? And I told him, and he's like, all right, well, I'm coming to see you. And I was like, oh yeah, right. Like, you're coming to see me. Here's my address. Here's my telephone number. If you're coming to see me, great. I'll see you when you get here. And motherfucker, wouldn't you know it, he came and visited me, and we hung out and just had a really good time. And I honestly, I hope that other people come and visit me someday, and I hope all our interactions are as cool as that one. I'm sure there won't be. I mean, look, if anybody comes to see me, that's cool. If really people end up following me, I'm sure I'll get some crazy people too, and not everybody will be super cool. But Apollo was cool as fuck. Such a generous individual, good-hearted person, great sense of humor. I mean, look, he's a working person. He took an Uber from Rancho Cucamonga to Irvine, which is like $100 Uber. He took a $100 Uber here, $100 Uber back. He bought me pizza, bought me soda, bought me ranch dressing, got me a cup for the soda. I mean, he absolutely hooked it up. And so I wanted to help him in some way. And he certainly didn't ask for this, but one of the leaders of our community, you know who Morelight is? So Morelight has a fight on Friday against BitBoy, which is a big deal. And we do promotion for it. And of course, you know Roller Girl, right? Ass Munch. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. Exactly. She's gonna she's gonna interview him, I think pre-fight and post-fight. So that's really cool for her. She's got 4 interviews set up with people from our community over the next week, which is really great. I think it's really great for her. It's really great for our community. So I got one with her on Wednesday night. If you can make it, please do. It's going to be Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Pacific time. And I don't know. Absolutely. You better memorize the fucking recording, my friend. No, you don't have to do that, but um, I just well, I'll tell you what. Of all the things in life that there are to memorize, that certainly could keep you busy for some time. Oh, I imagine so. And Apollo is the first person to step foot in my room ever, and while I've been streaming, and he was asked by the community what he thought of the smell, and surprisingly, on a scale from 0 to 10, he judged it to be a 3, which was very good because I yeah I was expecting it to be like a 7 or an 8. Yeah, exactly. So I just can't say enough things about him, and he's a really cool person. Perhaps, you never know. I've got something lined up for next month. Another place that's not too far from here, so I might take a friend up on that offer. Could you come next week? Okay, come this coming weekend. No, yeah, so in 7 days. Perfect. You can stay with me if you want. Now, if you're like, where am I going to sleep? We might have to have you on the floor, but we'll make space. Oh yeah, you can sleep in the bed with me. We'll be on camera, nothing crazy. Absolutely. And yeah, we'll have a good time. Hey, look, look. This we didn't say this is Anatoly's dream session. We said we were gonna try to find sleeping arrangements. That's okay. Anatoly, you should have done the whole. Oh, I didn't know my microphone was on. Dude, we are watching The Church of What's Happening Now with Joey Diaz, Theo Vaughn, and the Flying Jew, Lee Syed. If you know what Joe Rogan is, these are very common. These are like sub podcasters of Joe Rogan. The only reason why we're not watching Joe Rogan is I think if I watch another episode of Joe Rogan, Anatoly's gonna come to my house and accost me because he's so sick of seeing Joe Rogan on here because we usually watch it throughout the day. So I watch the other podcasts that are on. And so, do you know who Joey Diaz is? In New Jersey? Are you from North Bergen? Absolutely. Well, very cool. So you know Joey Diaz really well. I mean, you know of him really well. He moved back. Yes, he did. He didn't want to raise his daughter in California when, it kind of got crazy out here recently. More crazy. Pardon me. Thank you. Well, he felt that it was better place to raise his daughter. So I think honestly, Joe Rogan had left, and LA has just changed when it comes to the comedy scene and the podcast scene. He could make all the money he needed on Patreon and with podcasting or by doing stand up here or there. He didn't have to do it full time anymore. he's got residuals from the movies he's done, so he's basically kind of half retired. And but yeah, he's very funny, and he's a blue comic. If you know what blue comedy is, it's like dirty comedy, and he tells some interesting stories. Well, you know him. I mean, you know him better than I do. And honestly, I love where you grew up. I love the stories he tells about North Bergen and Hoboken and Jersey City and Atlantic City, all those places.
I got stories. That's very. Are you there now, bro? Do what? Yeah, I'm gonna be in Lexington. Great city. In December. That's what I'm gonna be on there. So I'm excited that I'm going there. December where this past weekend, so you can check that as well. I just want to say thanks so much for your such a you're just a nice man. You're welcome.
He's lying to you. He's lying to you. He doesn't technically live in Dallas. You're lying to him. You don't technically live in Dallas. Go ahead. I'm saying you're lying. You don't technically live in Dallas. Don't you live in Plano? So you were lying. I know. Word. Unless they're super fans of the Frito-Lay company like I am. Dog. But, and it has the Frito-Lay headquarters. I know that makes it seem like you're like, why does that matter? That was why people know. I mean, it is. It's a very nice area too, but it's on so many different bags of chips and soda and things that people just get used to knowing Plano, Texas, as being the head of Frito-Lay. There you go. Exactly. Anatoly, what's your favorite Frito-Lay product? Right, I'm gonna come at you and I'm gonna be like, motherfucker, that's not Frito-Lay. Yeah, I think anything that has those Ito in it, Fritos, Cheetos, Dorito. Maybe not. We're gonna have to look that one up, baby. I'm looking it up right now. Absolutely. Well, I can tell you this: Doritos were invented at Disneyland. Did you know that? Yeah. So basically, they were old. They were old. What do you call those things? Like tortillas. So the old tortillas would get hard, and they'd make them into chips. So Doritos is from Frito-Lay, a subsidiary of PepsiCo. Okay, so there's Lay's, Tostitos, Cheetos, and the big Frito-Lay brands are Lay's, Fritos, Doritos, Ruffles. Dude, Ruffles are very underestimated. They are amazing. Cheetos, Sun Chips. Sun Chips are good. Tostitos, rolled gold. If you like yourself a pretzel, Funyuns. Funyuns are very, I would say, are aren't like super popular, but some people love them. Walkers. Walkers. I don't know what Walkers is. Dude, the Flamin' Hots. I've got some Flamin' Hots are very close to me right now. Flamin' Hots are huge. Flamin' Hots are an entire culture. They've got, so I don't know what these ones are. Walkers, Kukur, Uncle Chips, and then Grandmas. I think Grandmas are cookies, but I could be wrong. Walkers is a British snack food, so that's why I don't know it. Kukur. Kukur is it's buttercorn snacks, but it's in India, so nobody knows that one here. And then Uncle Chips is also in India. So, and then Grandma's, no one knows what the fuck that is. So basically, Lay's, Fritos, Doritos, Ruffles, Cheetos, Sun Chips, Tostitos, Rolled Gold, Funyuns, basically any kind of chip this fucking company makes. It is. In fact, name a chip they don't make. Pringles, maybe? What else? No, they don't make Pringles. Pringles are made by a different company. I think Pringles are made, interestingly enough, by like Lever Brothers. Lever, Unilever. I think so. Let me see. Yeah, Unilever owns some weird stuff. Like that's, oh no, it's Procter and Gamble. It's Procter and Gamble. Hold on. It was Procter and Gamble. Now it's Kellogg's. Now it's Kellogg's. I knew it was weird though. I knew they were owned by like a soap company. So now they are okay. So that's all right. So they've got like what are brands of chips? List. So there's McCoy's, that's a Unicorn. Miss Vicky's, that's a Frito Lay as well. Pop Chips, Deep River Snacks, Zaps, Barcel, Munchos, Wise. Like there are none. Like okay, the top 10 snacks, Lay's are number one, so that's a Frito Lay. Lay's Wavy are up there. Ruffles. So Pringles are like the one that aren't. Utz and Cape Cod. Like there's some other ones that aren't, but right, exactly. Basically, Pringles. I think there's Hers chips as well, but that's regional. Basically, dude, I'm gonna tell you what. I made this thing in the summer. I didn't have a lot of money, and I had the ability to buy Ruffles and salsa. And when you mix Ruffles and salsa, it was like it was one of the best meals I think I've ever had in my life. Honestly, it was like spicy and salty, and I would make it and I would almost eat it like cereal. It was like it was so good. Okay. I could fuck with that. I could definitely fuck with that. I like that ranch and French dip stuff they put out. That shit's good. I could eat that shit just by itself without any chips. Dude, absolutely. In the past, I've done the ketogenic diet. If you're familiar with that, is it's like basically no carbohydrates and no sugar, and so you can eat full fat like you're supposed to. So like going to the store and eating like or like buying a pint of sour cream or like a pint of um, French onion dip, when normally you would be like, oh my God, that's such a fatty thing to eat. On the ketogenic diet, it's a very good thing to eat because it's really high in fat. And you could literally on that diet eat an entire, like eat quarts of that stuff, that French onion dip, and only eat between like 1 and 2 carbohydrates. It's very low in carbohydrates. And man, I used to love doing that. Amazingly well. Amazingly well. I don't do it anymore because it's a little expensive and I can't afford it right now. But if I were to do it, if I were to do any diet, it's the only diet I've ever done that works. And you have more energy when you do it. You, um, the only thing is, and I'm just going to be honest with you, it's expensive. I, um, carbs are cheap and protein's expensive, and fat can be expensive too. So, but I'm going to tell you what, you lose weight faster than you do in any other diet, and you learn a lot, and you learn a lot about your body. That when your body doesn't have any carbohydrates to slow it down, you have way more energy throughout the day. And like, so I would do this thing. I would go to Starbucks and get half black coffee and half cream, 50-50, and that literally keeps you full all day. And then I would come home and just eat steak at night, and, and that would be my whole that's all I would do is just eat steak every night, kosher steak, and then I would drink coffee during the day, and it would keep me tied over. And you lose a ton of weight, but more than the weight loss is how much energy you have. You have like 2 or 3 times as much energy as you normally have. And I know it sounds like, okay, what do you mean you have 2 or 3 times as much energy? Meaning like you're not tired at night. You want to exercise. You want to take care of yourself. Here's the thing: in order to get into the what's called um, a state of ketosis, you have to remove all carbohydrates, or basically all but at least 10 grams from your diet for at least 48 hours. So you have something that is called keto flu that settles in. So you don't feel good for the first 48 hours. And the reason why is because your body is ridding itself of all the sugar. But after the first 2 days, you feel amazing, and you only continue to feel amazing the entire time.
That's really interesting.
Oh, it's completely interesting. There, oh, easiest way to do it. And um, there are people who really get into it with like sugar replacements, which I honestly don't think are that good for you. But you can honestly, if you like steak, it's the best diet you can on which you can be, or you like meat. I mean, literally, the diet is this: eat as much meat as you fucking want. It's that. That's the diet. And if you don't like steak, eat as much cheese as you want. And if you don't like cheese, then you can literally eat as much sour cream as you want. Oh, I don't like sour. Okay, well then you can still drink coffee and have cream. In fact, if you're going to have cream, you are supposed to have cream. Don't use milk. It goes against everything that conventional dieting tells you. Normally, dieting tells you that you want foods that are low in fat and, you know, like basically that's the opposite of what you want. You want foods that are high in fat and high in protein and low in carbohydrates. People don't understand this. They like complicate foods. There are only 4 things that can be in foods. It's protein, it's fat, it's carbohydrates, or it's alcohol. Now, removing alcohol from the equation, because that one's a little different, meaning like that's a poison that we're putting into our system. And normally people don't have alcohol like in mass in their system unless they have, they're an alcoholic or something like that, and we could treat those people. But basically, all food is made up of 3 things: carbohydrates, fats, and protein. And the key is to remove or minimize as many carbohydrates as you can and maximize as much protein and fat as you can. And you lose so much weight, and here's the thing, your body just burns the fat that you currently have. What you're doing to your body is you put it in overdrive where it's much more efficient. So basically, here's what happens. Your body normally has all these carbohydrates on which to use as fuel, so it doesn't have to go into your fat deposits. But once you're on the low carbohydrate diet, it has to go into your fat reserves, and that's why you lose weight. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, let's move on. So your body's burning fat and sugar.
Yeah, it's the most efficient way your body can run.
Yeah. That's interesting. We'll have to look into that more because it's different.
So here's how I learned about it. Do you know the social media application Imager?
Yeah.
So on Imager, I used to love Imager. Imager used to be, I would say, one of the best apps, if not the best app, of which no one knew. And it was like the image host of Reddit. And it was a beautiful thing. It got very political. And to be honest with you, I haven't been on it in a long time. But it used to be really cool. Well, I would remember they would have these like people who would be on there and how much weight they would lose. They'd have their before and after pictures. And every single time, the first comment basically was always the same. How did you lose all the weight? They didn't provide the information in the text. And I kept noticing all these people who were losing huge amounts of weight, like hundreds of pounds. They all said it's this new diet called the ketogenic diet, or it's this new diet, or this diet that's new to me, or something like that. People don't know. I mean, the ketogenic diet has been around for 100 years. It's been named different things. It was known as the Atkins diet in the like 20 years ago. But Atkins diet's a little different than what this is. The ketogenic diet is strictly no carbs. The Atkins diet is you get yourself to a weight where you're happy and then you have enough carbs so that you maintain the weight. When the ketogenic diet is like, look, you don't want carbs in your life anymore. You want to just be on full fat burning mode all the time. You want your mind running as efficiently as possible. You want your body running as efficiently as possible. And the only way to do that is to ensure it is running on protein and fat alone, and it is not running on any carbohydrates. That way, if it does need any excess energy, it can get that from your fat deposits, and you're going to lose weight as you do it. Now, honestly, Ask Munch. Wait, this is Ask Munch, right? With two of them, I'm speaking. Okay, if you really wanted to lose weight, the fastest way you could do it, the fastest way you, yeah, if you wanted to do it, is, do you know what cool sculpting is? Okay, so I've had a lot of plastic surgery in my life due to many different reasons, but I've had 4 facial reconstruction surgeries. And while I would have these facial reconstruction surgeries, actually at a different doctor, I would have laser treatment surgeries on my face. And one thing that I noticed that they would routinely advertise is cool sculpting. And I would notice people who would come in there and get it, and they would look better and better. And I could tell that this was working with these people. So I didn't have the money to do it because it was like thousands of dollars per session, but I was able to buy a cool sculpting machine on AliExpress for like a few $100s. And I bought, yeah, exactly. And I bought a bunch of them. So I bought like 12 of them. And I would use them like 24 hours a day. And I lost like 45 pounds in 20 days. Now, if you're like, holy fucking shit, how could you lose weight so quickly? You can lose weight. You can lose 3 pounds a day if you freeze your fat as opposed to starving it off or working it off. You can lose weight by freezing very quickly. So now I'm not going to say that it wasn't trial and error doing it, but I lost weight very quickly. And then it made me realize that I don't really have to necessarily watch my weight anymore, because if I need to, I know how to lose it very quickly, and that's through cryolysis, through fat freezing. So I've learned multiple ways to lose weight pretty quickly. One of which is cryopathy, cryolysis, basically the freezing of it, and then there's also the ketogenic diet. Now, could I stand to lose weight right now? Absolutely. I think we all can to some extent. If that's your issue, if it's not, maybe you need to gain weight or whatever, and some of us are fine. But in the past, when I always thought it was caloric reduction or caloric restriction, that works. That is difficult to do, especially if you have a big appetite, as I do. So one way around that is through cryolysis and through ketogenic diet. Basically, on the ketogenic diet, you burn you burn fat at a much faster pace, much more efficiently. And so normally when you might lose like 1 to 2 pounds in a week, you'll lose 2 to 3 pounds or 3 to 4 pounds, simply from the fact that your body's working at such a more efficient level. And the best part of it though is your mind. Your mind feels a lot better. When your mind, your brain especially, doesn't have any sugar in it, it it runs really efficiently. It's like all your synapses are firing. You feel like you're firing on all cylinders, honestly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's like, okay, Rabbi, how do I get into this mode of ketosis? The easiest way to do it is to not eat any carbohydrates or sugar for 48 hours, and your body will start going into it within 36 hours. And if you're like, okay, well, what do I eat in the meantime? Anything that doesn't have any carbohydrates in it. So, what are foods that don't have any carbohydrates in it? Eggs. You could eat eggs from now until 48 hours from now, and you'd be sick of eggs, but you wouldn't have any carbohydrates. So if you like eggs, this is a perfect diet. You could drink whiskey or vodka. Whiskey and vodka don't have any carbs. So if you're someone who likes to drink, this is the perfect diet for you as well. If you stay away from wine and beer and stay with hard alcohol, you'll this is very enjoyable for people. Um, and some people that's certainly a concern. So, what else can you eat? I mean, what I really like is turkey bacon. I would make platefuls of turkey bacon, and that has zero uh, carbs. I could get kosher turkey bacon and just have like a pound of it. And here's the coolest thing about the diet is if you eat carbohydrates, you'll be hungry in an hour. You know how people always say there's like this joke that people have that you eat Chinese food and you're hungry in an hour? Have you heard this joke? Okay, it's a pretty common joke. Like basically that's the thing with Chinese food, you're hungry in an hour. Why is it that people say that? It's because Chinese food generally is very high in carbohydrates. It doesn't have a lot of protein in it usually. It has a lot of noodles, it has a lot of fried food. And the reason why is protein is very expensive. And when you're making a large meal for many people, like is done in Southeast Asia and Asia in general, a lot of protein is difficult to get. And so you put carbohydrates in there. You make a stir fry. So you put a bunch of vegetables in there. Those are all really high in carbohydrates and things. And uh, it becomes a meal very high in carbohydrates. So an hour later, those foods, you've already burned through them. If you eat the same meal at the same time, but instead of stir fry and all kinds of carbohydrates, you just eat steak, you won't be hungry till the next day. It's the way that your body has been trained over the course of evolution to instinctually react. So basically, the way that we would work many, thousands of years ago is we would perhaps go hunting and we would find a woolly mammoth and we'd all kill the woolly mammoth as a group. And then what happens? Well, we would eat the meat and we would and we would allow the milk perhaps to curdle in the woolly mammoth, and we would have cheese, and we would eat all the parts of the animal that we could. And if you think about it, all of that was protein. There really wasn't any carbohydrates in that kind of a diet. Sure, every once in a while you might be able to get your hands on some berries or some, you know, vegetables, but they didn't have vegetables 10,000 years ago like we have them now. You know what I mean? With like modernized agriculture. So it was much more difficult to get carbohydrates in mass. Another very interesting statistic about which I was not familiar, in which I was not familiar, um, most people in the world, their ancestors never tasted sugar until the year at least 1800. What do I mean by that? The word sugar is not in the Bible. People don't know that. The word milk is in there, the word honey is in there, but the word sugar is not. And there's a reason for this. Sugar was not discovered by Western society until the spice trade. And basically, it had to come through the East Indies, and it had to come also through maybe China or India as well, and then through the Middle East into Europe. So, for to get sugar to be preserved that long and to not, be eaten, because it's very tempting to eat a lot of sugar, especially when you've never had it and you're not used to it. It was very rare to have in Europe. So it was only until the year 1800 or so that it became anything that your ancestors would have had, or my ancestors. So what does that mean? It means that our bodies aren't used to processing it. We've only had it in our diets for the last 200 years. And then on top of that, we supercharged it in the last 30 years with high fructose corn syrup. Yes, it is.
You know that in 1850, the average American ate 1 pound of sugar per year, and now we eat 21 pounds of sugar per year?
I can believe that.
So that makes no matter what you do, that's disgusting. Where did you get a milkshake?
I don't know, dude. Check your DMs. Dog, Anatoly, how are you one of these people who doesn't know what the fuck they want? Order, you piece of shit.
Real people, real stories. I was only sick for 7 days, but these dogs can lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the phone ring as I was like on the bed. I cried there 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the phone away. I couldn't believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore.
I'm calling you a piece of shit because you don't know what you want to order. You're in the fucking drive-thru. You have all the time in the world to figure it out, and you're at the goddamn window at the fucking speaker talking to them, and you're like, "Oh yeah, let me see what I want to order." You're the reason why society is inefficient, Anatoly. Yeah, I didn't say I was inefficient. Trust me, if I go to a drive-thru, I know what the fuck I want before I pull into the driveway. Your long weekend.
So you got a large chocolate milkshake, and you got a number two with uh, chopped onion or something, grilled onion, and you got extra absorbent pads, and you got extra absorbent pads. Yeah, no, the pads. There you go. You graduated from tampon to pad, dog. You buy in bulk. I'm like, do yours have wings? No, the pads have wings. You buy sure tampon man. That reminds you that it's in you. What about a pixie cup, dog? That just reminds you it's in you. Where did you go to? What drive-through are you? Steak and Shake. Oh, In and Out. That's baller as fuck. Good for you, man. Yeah, so you better get that shit over here, you goddamn cunt. Is the inside open 24/7? So it's like a Waffle House? Do they have servers? It's like, I know, but it could be a fast food. Like, have you ever been to Steak and Shake? It's both? Oh, I gotcha. Do you ever see those Pizza Hut, Long John Silver's, A&W, Taco Bell all in one? Yeah. You would find them in like special locations. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been to one of those things, generally because it's not kosher, and also because I just don't have a huge desire to go to those places. But I always thought it would be interesting if you could ever get it like that all of these companies to agree, and you could get all the kitchens set up that basically one kitchen and have like 10 different fast food locations within it. Basically, they could make 10 different companies' foods. I think that would be a really cool idea. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it'd be like, okay, well, I want a McDonald's hamburger. Okay, they have like a circular patty, but then somebody like, well, I want a Wendy's hamburger. So now you have to use a square patty, and so you'd have to have so much more refrigerator space and everything. But it really is just right. Where they aren't competing, meaning they're like, Mexican food and pizza. Yeah, exactly. Pizza Hut, or I mean, Taco Bell is headquartered in Irvine. And so is In and Out. Both In and Out and Taco Bell. Frito-Lay, dog.
out for its business-friendly environment culture and its skyline and norms with architectural model of towering corporate headquarters, investors.
Boring. Get to the list, dog.
But now that's official, at least.
Oh wow, headquarters. So we got Bank of America,
That's big.
The IQ is real. And one of the major
Ericsson. That's big. FedEx. Wait, that's big. Those are all big. That's huge. Oh, did you say Intuit? Damn. Very big.
PepsiCo.
That's right. That's huge. And Frito-Lay. Hold on. Oh, wow. I know, that's weird. Oh. Oh, that's right. Damn. Plano is where it's at.
That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, I think it's just like good to keep this house in this area.
Oh, for sure, dog.
And my dad actually has another property too. So, I'm definitely not gonna sell. It's gonna grow.
I'll tell you a quick story. I went to the Virginia Military Institute where marshals filed.
Wow, with all that cool stuff in Plano, it's a surprise that they let you live there. You balance it out. I see. You balance it out. So you got like Dr. Pepper and Pizza Hut and McAfee and Hewlett Packard, and then you. Yeah, I get it. It makes sense. Now it's so exactly. All these companies are like, oh man, this is great. And then they're like, wait, who lives there? Oh, okay.
Well, no, because then they're gonna be like, "What's the cat?" You know, and then they're like, "Well, and I told them." Like, oh.
There you go. Yep. Same thing is thought of in Irvine. Do you ever have a girl who's like, I don't have an Amazon wish list? Being whores. That's what it has to do with being straight up money for nothing, chicks for free, hoes. Yo, dog, to be honest with you, I respect the game. Girls are just very honest about it now. What are you? What are these like adopted pets? I'm yours until you find your forever home. What are you? Pause with the cause? You do a service. You help stranded slutties find their forever homes. I get it.
It's a good service, dog. Man, all I do is just check off chicks one after another, draw lines through names. Next. All I do is find dick and draw lines through names, basically. Next on the list. Just move on down the list. Ground and pound, baby.
Harry Cooper, Tim Cooper's father, the receiver of many of the pages of Majestic documents, who was a big Bear Lake. His official accommodation for work United States Air Force UFO program, which says right there in his accommodation certificate, which I've seen and held in my hand, and it's reprinted in the book.
Yo, dog, what the fuck did you do with Manlet Queen? Why? Is it because why most people are mad at you? Because you've been a little bitch? I understand. I've done that to many a man. I mean, honestly, I don't know how he's able to even hang with such alpha males. Yeah. Excellent points. Excellent fucking points, dog. Passport's in this bitch. When is Passport gonna stream that fucking trucking simulator? I need me some trucking simulator.
The source for the special operations manual was again Don Berliner, who got this sort of undeveloped trial film, and I actually did a lot of investigation on the provenance of that police as well. Let's talk about.
Don't joke, yes, empathize. Oh shit. Oh shit. Did you really go out 500 black holes last night? No, right there. I asked everybody. I went to the I don't know anything about the news. I called Red last week. So I went to get the iPad and everything all ready. I asked the lady what's going on.
Says, oh yeah, that's no big deal, no evidence whatsoever.
I did it. I did it like an asshole. I just forgot my code. I got through. Click, order. I ordered a silver flag and that band. And the fucking gold flag. I told her, I ordered my wife and her I got it. She really did tell me to get the fuck out of here. You're fucking crazy. When I met the 12-15, this was doing something wrong, but just give me lines around the block, those Apple stores. It's crazy. It's like those sneaker lines. You see those people that buy sneakers. T-shirts are the main thing. Exactly.
share with you one personal story.
Kids today. This is what happens when kids don't go outside. They don't play. They don't play sports. They stay at home. They just play video games. Spring is full with it. Just say no. Just smoke dope. They see life for what it is. You know what I'm saying? I would wait in line for an hour for a fucking play.
Later on, I had an interview with
You have to look into
somebody
the brand a
called
little
me
bit to
afterwards,
understand it, but
video,
it's sort of like a joke almost. They're making
and
parody of anything that's done at all. Just use their brand name on stuff and people are buying into it.
Go back to the other day. So Supreme looked at the top 10 non-wearable Supreme products. Jesus Christ, they have fire extinguishers.
Hey, you gonna get his shoes? $400 a pair. Made in China.
I wasn't aware of this. I thought it was just like a t-shirt. Where it started. Did you search Josh Martin for it? Spent a lot of money. He's a fool. He really wears those goddamn Yeezys that you wear too. Yeah, Josh Martin is like, he did every trend thing. And everything that comes out, he's like way ahead of the house with the Supreme. Jesus Christ, Joe. I don't give a fuck. I didn't know what this was. Supreme. The fact they sell no chips is hilarious. Like last night was breakfast.
there's a lot of other tracks before Roswell too. Right. There's like the
I'm sure when his life was installed, the Lincoln Martin is I feel like the first I ever saw it was iPhone. The first iPhone was the ball. What in the fuck was the giant line outside the house? This was like one of the first iPhones. It was coming out. And I was like, why are you waiting for a phone? You don't have a phone already. This is the only way to get the phone. It was all so confusing. There was a thing. People would wait in line. They would look at each other. I remember when they were waiting in line for Harry Potter, when Harry Potter was coming out, and people would drive by and Dumbledore dies at the end. They were yelling out all these different spoilers.
All I typed in was waiting in line for it.
That's right, the 70s was the flag. It was gas shortage. So green meant that gas was odd number. License plate was odd. Yellow was even. And red was shut down. You're right, but I think the flag 73 to 75, maybe something. I don't know the exact dates. Then they had a rear line. You still get a full out of here. You got bigger. So if you put it as a Australia 54 was on fire, you showed up. You didn't get it. You got bigger. Right. The way they do now, they're like to pick hot chicks. Right. So they pick hot chicks. We're talking about women. They won't let a guy without a chick. Yeah, they never will let guys in no chicks. So if you walk into a club with three guys that don't want you, go look at chicks first. Yeah, well, the guys that want the sausage fest. Look at all those dudes trying to get in. That was inside. Outside, the killer and the people. Well, that's outside. That's outside. And just to try to get in, just to try to get in. What was the big deal with those two?
Shut up. You always say that.
Jackets, white pants, glasses, belly, come back. Just like the place to be. It's the place to be. Go crazy. Just strange times. Devastation. Sickness. It's all strength.
Anatole, I have a question for you. Did the doctors ever give you a timetable on when you would stop being such a little bitch? I love it. I love it. Stop right there. I love it. I love how you just are willing to run with it. Go ahead. What show is that? Oh, your milkshake is good. Tight, dog. Have you ever had their secret menu, the Neapolitan milkshake? Do you know about the In-N-Out secret menu? You don't know about the In-N-Out secret menu? Oh, dude, there's all kinds of secret stuff that you can get that aren't on the normal menu. And so if you're like, what are you talking about? This is all like very well known in California, but I bet it didn't really make it over because you'd have to know someone from California who knows about the secret menu, and because it's not advertised. So they do advertise it basically, but here's what it is. You can get double meat. You can get a 3x3, which is a triple patty. You can get a 4x4, which are 4 patties. You can get grilled cheese, which is 2 slices of cheese. You can get it protein style, which is a lettuce wrap, and you can get it animal style, which is like has that spread with grilled onions on it. But there's more. There's okay, so what else is there? So the big one that I know for their drinks is the Neapolitan. And if you're like, what is that? It's strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla all at once. You can also get a black and white, and that's just chocolate and vanilla. You can also get a root beer float as well. A Neapolitan is strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla all at 3 at once. I saw a documentary on In-N-Out, and I think you can even get a 5x. Well, I shouldn't say it. They advertise 4x4 is the most amount you can get, 4 patties at once. But I've even seen people, the guys who said they worked there a long time ago, and they said that they would even honor 5x5s from people. What about what? I think at that point you just get 2 4x4s.
bullshit graphic.
The reason bold
At 5 o'clock, they'll come over
when
and say
someone
they
running
live
for
here.
president
By
says,
5
I
o'clock,
will
the bars
encourage
are closed.
those,
Can't
I
order
will
anything.
encourage you to engage those who are not going their way. The Republican primary in South Carolina
It's a
is
6
this
night
week.
fucking president drinking. I know it's for 1 hour. What hour? This was back
In California,
20 years ago.
February 20th through 22nd. He'll visit LA, San Francisco,
What
and
hour?
will also show sports entertainment.
Right down the street from that improv.
Outside weather from KFI.
Yeah, the Coach Cafe. Yeah, great place. Great place. Great breakfast. Great fucking bar. That club in town there. That place. All coconut grove. That's still open. Yeah. Oh, the piano place is still open. Yeah, it's in that little wall there with the movie theater. They always have those right next to the improv. They have one in Addison too, right? Addison. They have one up next to John Lopkins up at Universal. They do? Yeah, Kingston. If there's a fucking just Miami.
Yeah, he did. I think so. Perhaps. Yeah, they are. In Miami? Oh, yeah, they are, I think.
That's a good size. That one. Last time I was there, there was a couple next to me that was fucking doing a bedroom next to me. Like animals. I mean, like fucking animals. I mean, like porno film animals. Like I was lying in bed and I heard it was the afternoon. I was trying to take a nap. These people working and we're just bang, bang, bang.
Damn, girl.
Scary shit. I'm talking about the trail job. How difficult it was. You talk about a guy like
Do you ever go to Waco? Did she go to Baylor? Have you ever seen the former Branch Davidian compound? Have you ever seen the Branch Davidian compound? Yeah. Gotcha. It burned down though, so I don't know if there was anything to see.
Blood pressure dropped so fucking much. So, like, when you quit, what was like the first move? Our first 2 weeks were like, did you think I was going to just like do this? Or did you know I have to describe